Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sunday's live stream where I work on laptops that I don't look at ahead of time and we don't know what we're getting into. Hope everyone's doing good and having a good Sunday. And it looks like Grows Good just sent 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. So thank you so much for that. That is unexpected. I appreciate that. So 10 lucky people will be joining the membership on YouTube. Hope everyone's doing good. Can everyone hear me good? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I put 4 choices up today. So it's normally only have 3 laptops up in the bucket there, but what I did is I decided to put a 4th one because we were working on one last Wednesday that we weren't able to quite finish because I didn't have the part. Well, I found a donor board, so that's what we're going to go with, and so we can actually finish that one up now. And so that's why I'm kind of like put that in a list in case people want to see that one wrapped up from last Wednesday. Okay. So good morning, hello, hello, hello from Netherlands, Rotterdam. Let's see, greetings from the first person in chat. You were the first person here, huh? Nice. Hello from South Africa and the UK. Oh man, we have a couple new Prime subs there. Herring just used his Twitch Prime sub. That's nice. Thank you. 100 cheer. Thank you. Hype Train's actually started on Twitch already. We haven't even started doing anything yet. So if you're on Twitch, you can participate in that Hype Train. And last week we got to level 9, which was crazy. So we had a lot of gifted subs and a lot of donations, and all that stuff helps me out a lot. I appreciate that. Finally found my AC brand and AC adapter. Nice. Well, you know what? Speaking of AC, my air conditioner has been broken here, or it hasn't been working properly, and so my cameras overheat. I start overheating because I'm soldering and all that stuff. I fixed it. We got it fixed last week. I had a condenser fan out, or it kept seizing up, so wasn't able to keep the compressor cool, so we got that replaced, and so now we're good to go. Cribble just used their Prime sub. Thank you so much. Johnny V, hello from Round Rock in Virginia and Serbia and Northeast Ohio. Recent subscriber, first time live stream. Well, welcome there, Mortal. Welcome. I'm glad you were able to make it. So I did put the poll up on a post on YouTube, which I don't normally do, but I was just going to kind of play around with that too. So we can kind of see how that turned out for the kind of the public post on YouTube instead of the people. So we have an update on old Doc White. He had surgery last Wednesday, and we're still trying to figure out how everything goes. He's in a half body cast. It looks like 60% of his scalpel was in shards in his back, so it gave him bleeding, and he's in a bit of a coma. Oh my gosh! So everyone send his prayers to old Doc White. He had an injury that he's been fighting with, and so we hope he has a quick recovery. Hello from Uganda and Virginia and Florida. Man, you guys are typing so fast, it's messing me up here. Czech Republic and Argentina. And yeah, make sure you don't have caps lock on, guys. And let's see. So the 4 systems, before we, some people already voted, some people haven't. So we have 4 different systems here. We have one that came in express. This is one of one of our viewers in the live stream. He actually sent it in, and he suggested he wants it to be in the live stream. So that's going to be the M18R1. It had a melted DC jack, and I'll show you a little preview here. Here's the DC jack, melted completely. Now the jack on the board probably needs to be replaced. There's probably some other issues involved in that, so it's not going to be a straightforward fix. He's already tried out a new plug, so that's not fixing it. So that's the M18R1 with a melted charging port. The Precision 3580 is the one we worked on last Wednesday. We're just going to try to finish that one up and because I do have some donor boards now that we can actually transfer some parts over. And Twitch, we don't have a poll on Twitch. And is there somebody on Twitch that can create that, or do you need me to do it? Anybody over there? I don't think I have a mod here on Twitch. Here, give me a second. I'm going to create a poll on Twitch. I didn't think about that. So, and then I will go through and explain the rest of them. It's hard to multitask, and so Premise is usually the one creating the polls here on Twitch. So that's why it's a little bit harder for me to do it at the same time here. Sorry, just give me a moment. Bear with me. Okay, so first one was the, okay, melted charging port. So I kind of explained what that one was. The PD controllers are finishing up one. Okay, so there's one that's the fan's not working. That's a strange issue. I don't know what's causing that. It could be an EC chip issue. Could have a power rail issue. So I don't know exactly what's causing that. So that might be an interesting one. And I got the poll up on Twitch now. So, and then the last one, oh yeah, and so that one actually is the one we replaced the LCD connector on. I don't know if we did it last Wednesday or the week before, but we replaced the LCD connector on it. And then my tech put it back together, and the fans didn't work. And that was also an issue that the person already had prior to that. So, so we'll have to figure that one out. And then the last one is just a no power. So no power, no signs of life, however you want to say it. It doesn't do anything. So that one could be a short or something like that. So the one with the melted cable, that's a question mark. Yeah, so the melted cable one's definitely an interesting one. And I believe he's in chat right now. I would hope. Let's see, because he requested to be in here. Alex, are you here? Can you reach out? So M18R1 should be Alex in chat. I don't know what his handle is, but you can just put some hearts or something in the chat, and then we know it's you. All right, so let's see if I can catch up on here. Let's see, M18R1 is mine. So Harrington is his. Okay, so there you go. So this Harrington boy is going to be Alex. All right, so that's his laptop, the M18R1. So that's who we're going to be hopefully working on, and if you guys vote for that. And let's see. And the hype trains are still going on Twitch. You guys are going crazy. Who am I? Just gifted or used a Twitch sub, and we started Easy Pizza for the first time, the VD. We got David Bolton just gifted some Tier 1 memberships over on Twitch. So David and looks like Invisible and Lesser and Zek and Sis all got a gifted sub, so they don't have to listen to the ads anymore. So that is definitely a good thing. Okay, must be having technical difficulties. Everything's good on my end, right, guys? We're not having any issues. I recently got a Vostore 3520, and the SSD is, or the hard drive is dead. I replaced it with SSD, and you're running Kubuntu. Nice, I love Kubuntu. Very nice, clean interface there with KDE. All right, hello from the Netherlands. Thanks. Hit the thumbs up, guys. Okay, so go ahead and vote. We have about 8 minutes left on voting. Okay, no issues, good. All right, so we have about 8 minutes left on voting. Here, I'll pull up the polls. Actually, I got to get the polls set up. I forgot to do that this morning. Pull up the polls. You're gonna have a blank screen for a second. Sorry, I gotta select the right region of the screen here on the polls. There we go. There we go. All right, looks like it's only showing 3 because I never have 4, so we don't have our 4th option on there. Let's pull up what the YouTube voting did, because I didn't get to actually look and see what YouTube said. So, I don't know if I can pull this up. So it looks like we have the vote. I haven't updated this yet, though, actually. Let's see. There we go. So it looks like 46% is going to the melted DC jack. So right now, even on the poll that we put up prior to the stream, looks like the M18R1's winning, and then the 5420's winning second. So we're doing good on that too. All right, so no issues. Okay, so get the creepy crawler crypts. You saved another laptop. It's alive. It's alive. You guys are. That's so funny. All right, so good day from Australia. Hello. Hello. Is that a bad accent? Okay, maybe I should cut that one out. CachyOS is pretty well. I've never used CachyOS, actually. And that's a persistent, is that what that is? A persistent OS? I feel like it is. I don't know. I might be wrong with that. I have a Precision 5690, and it works perfectly. Any solutions for that? Well, you know, just keep using it, I guess, right? Will you ever work on a non-Dell laptop? I think we'd do it for shenanigans, so I may pick up something that doesn't work on eBay that's some other model and just mess with it just for fun. I don't know. I don't want to, like, taint the pool of people thinking I work on other things, so. Not at church. You have a bad knee. Johnny V. Johnny V. All right. Well, you are here with us, and we're going to be doing some good work here for everybody. Do you ever see any rugged series with touchscreen delaminations or leaking? 100%, 1000%. Yes, there's so many ATGs that have that issue. We had a bunch of screens in our warehouse that were brand new, and they all delaminated. So nothing we could do about it. We had to trash them all. So it's just it's the way that the film is on there. They had quite a few other models that actually had the same issue, so it's not anything new. But is this live or Memorex? Remember that old commercial, or the guys in the chair, right? What green juice of the day? I have my green juice. I haven't pulled one out, but I do have one in the fridge back in the break room. I may or may not get it. I'm going to see if I can handle it without it today. HP all the way. You think I should work on an HP? We're on a level 3 hype train? Really? That's crazy. 52 seconds left on the level 3 hype train on Twitch, if you want to participate in that. Nate, I have watched a couple hundred hours of your videos and inspired doing to buy soldering and hot air kit from AliExpress, learning to solder, and your tips are helping me great. Well, thank you so much. Now, yeah, and it's funny because every video I'm pretty much always explaining the soldering stuff, and I don't know. I know a lot of that stuff gets redundant, but it's just like, it's just little details, little things, you know, tapping the chip whenever you're soldering it on at the last moment. If you tap it with flux on there, most likely, or you know, 99% of the time, it will seat perfectly. And if you don't do that, then you'll end up having 50-50 chance of it having some sort of solder bridges or something like that underneath the chip. Do you have a fire extinguisher? We have 5 fire extinguishers laid out strategically in this area, and I have not updated the tags on them in a while. So I need to go get them inspected again, but I do have them. So remember, Memorial Day was May 31st. Memorial Day was last week, right? Isn't it? I don't. Memorial Day was last Monday, I thought, but maybe they celebrate it. So I guess it's the last day of the month is Memorial Day. Well, thank you to all the veterans out there that have worked hard and to protect everybody in their country, and I know Doc was one of those veterans. So we wish him the best, and hopefully he will come through all of that good on the other side. Let's see. Let me check on this stuff here. All right. So do not tap on BGA chips. Thank you. That's a clarification. That's going to be QFMs only. QFNs. What do you do for an event of an electrical fire? Run, I guess. Run. I haven't had any fires. I mean, I haven't had any issues here, but I mean, the one thing that I would always get scared of is, like, I mean, I put 99% alcohol on things all the time, and I'm putting electricity through it, and if I end up sparking, then it's a clear flame where you can't even see it. We just got raided with 77 raiders. Where did you come from? TSSDE. I don't know if I know that channel, but hopefully you guys had a good stream. We're just getting started here, actually. We're in the casting vote stage. We have about 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. So we have 4 laptops up for the block, basically, where I don't know what laptop, I don't look at these things ahead of time, but I do board level repair here if you're new. And so I haven't looked at these ahead of time, so you can vote on which one you want me to work on first. The highest percentage will go first, and the second highest percentage will go next. And we will discover what's wrong with it together and figure it out. So welcome. Hopefully you had a good stream. So that's going to be fun. So O2, yes, I have a CO2 extinguishers always. Yeah, that's what I have. Ever had a lithium ion battery vent? No, I did see some oozing one time, but that's about it. And I do have tons of puffy batteries that come through the building. We actually have a special pallet that we put all the spicy pillows. Hello there, Gritty. Hello, hello. Doc was in the military for 30 years and was his father and was his grandfather. Wow, so this is a long line of military. Well, we wish you well there, Doc. The Elite books. Man, those were great. I have not opened up an Elite book, so I don't know. I don't know anything about any other machine. So we do a Linux distribution of supporting all vintage RISC chips. Oh, really? Okay. So T2 Linux. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, because I actually rated you guys a while back. That's right. Okay, cool. Awesome. Awesome. Yes. So very cool stream, and then where you're actually developing a Linux that is good for older systems, which is awesome. So now I remember. Yes, because I am following you guys. Cool. let's see. Had an attic fire at my house, and the attic fan. The attic fan get rid of it. Oh, so the attic fan actually turned it off. I thought it would like douse the fire more. Nitrous oxide extinguishers are funny. I've never had to deal with one of those. I invented an old lithium-ion battery with a hammer once, just for fun, right? For science, that's what it is. Maddie with the tier 1 sub on Twitch, thank you so much. My favorite non-Dell product is an HP Firefly. All right, so the voting has ended over on Twitch there. So we have, looks like the melted charging port is the winner. And on YouTube, it's also, I think it's the winner. I can't tell actually. Yeah, 36% went to the melting charging port. So it looks like it's going to be Alienware M18R1 first, and then it's going to be the Latitude 5420 second. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get going on this Alienware M18R1 with the melted charging port. Now we don't know exactly how bad this is, but I can. The preview was that it had this happen to it. So you can see that one side is completely melted, and this was replaced, and it didn't fix it, or there's still an issue, right? So we'll pull up his notes and take a look at that, and let me grab his system here. And he's in the chat right now. I think it was Harrington. Is that what it was? Yeah, so he'll speak up, and you can ask him questions about what's going on too while we're at it. So let me take down the polls. Oh no! Do we have a mod here that can set the title for me? Send in maybe? Yeah, so, yeah, Harrington Boy. So this is Harrington Boy's laptop. He's in the chat there. So if you guys want to ask him any questions, oh my gosh, this thing is crazy. So let's read his notes real quick. Let me make sure we don't have any personal information. We don't. Okay, so let me zoom in, and then you guys can read this stuff. We can kind of get our bearings, and then we can start with this thing here. So I noticed the device wasn't charging for a week before opening it up and finding that the power ribbon cable to the motherboard was completely melted on the ground pins. I spoke with Nathan on the 18th of May, who helped me future troubleshoot the device, and after tried cleaning the contacts and adding a new ribbon cable to the device, he advised me that the motherboard needed to be repaired. I did not remove the adhesive. Let's see, the new power cable was added to the machine since the device still had issues swapping it out. All right, so basically we're still having power issues even though the charging port was replaced. Now we may need to replace the actual plug on the board, which I've never replaced one of those, so that would be kind of a fun thing to do since we haven't done something before. It's always nice to do something we've never done before. And but here I'll give you all a quick preview of what this looks like, and then we'll do our intro. So here's what our port looks like. Look at that. That is one of the worst ones I've ever seen, actually. It always does it on the ground side for some reason. I don't know why, but I think because it's actually flows from negative to positive, and that's probably why. Okay, so let me get our intro on here. Yes, I'll do my intro. I'm kind of in different orders here. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M18R1. Now, this one's going to be fun. We have one that has a completely melted charging port. The customer did change this out, tried to fix it. He called me on the phone before sending it in, and he wasn't able to repair it. He sent it in to me. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Yeah, so Harrington Boy is in the chat. This is his laptop, so you guys can say hi to him, and we will kind of go through this like I normally do on any other video. I'm going to open it up and see if it turns on, and it probably won't because he sent it to me. And Harrington, can I plug this thing in or should I not plug it in? That's the question, right? So I'm going to plug it in just because I'm crazy. So I got it plugged in. And if we look here, we actually are pulling 0.06 in our current here. I'm going to unplug it one more time, and you see that the current goes up to 0.06. Okay, so resting current on this machine should be 0.02, 20 milliamps, and we shouldn't see a jump up immediate like that. Okay, that's immediate right as I plug it in. All right, so that means we have some sort of short somewhere, most likely on the board that's taking that current immediately. Now, is he going to try to turn it on? I didn't even try. He's like, no, don't plug it in. The thing is that the reason why I know I can plug it in is because he replaced the port, tried to turn it on, and it obviously doesn't work. The pins are melted on the back of the connector. So, but we'll take a look at it. So let's open it up and take a look inside. I will get my speed drill out here. This is my dentist drill. All right, so these machines use a lot of current. This one takes 330 watts of pure raw power. So a lot of, actually I don't know what the specs of this one is. Does this one have a 4080 or 4090 GPU in it? Because if it takes one of those, it's going to take a 330 watt. There are certain variants of this that has like the lower wattage chargers, like a 240 watt, but that says a 4090. Okay, so this is probably an i9 4090. So probably the worst case scenario on everything. Face cam seems to be a little off center. Oh, did I bump it? Maybe I did. Good point. Yeah, I think I bumped it the other day. Great, my fan just fell off here. Hold on. There we go. All right, see if this is better. Thanks for that. Okay. Mucho bettero. Okay, so we got that off. Thanks there, Scrub. All right, and the bottom is off. All right, so we'll just take a quick look around. Whew. And I don't see any major damage here. We do have an OEM battery, does have a serial number on it, and it looks like there's no SSDs in here and no RAM in here, because we did discuss this ahead of time before he sent it in, because I think he had 64 gigs of DDR5 and something like 6 terabytes of storage in here or something crazy like that. And I said, look, dude, I don't want to have to warranty all that stuff, or if it gets lost in shipping or something like that. So he took that stuff out. I can put my own stuff in there. So we'll have to install our own RAM, our own SSD as a test SSD. Sam, thanks for the resub for 7 months. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. So let's get closer and take a look at the DC jack where it plugs into the board. I'm going to go ahead and unplug the battery while we're at it. We don't need that involved right this second. And we should do the smell test. That's always a good thing to start with, the smell test. Ooh, I don't smell, it actually doesn't smell burnt. I'm surprised. It smells quite nice, actually. Yeah, I don't smell burnt. That's strange. That is strange. So, I don't know what to think on that. But we will figure out here momentarily what this looks like. So the outer casing looks fine. I can see that pin right there looks a little cauterized, just a little bit. And, ooh, yeah, a little bit. But I suspect that we have something even worse on the board having an issue. But let me move this stuff out of the way. See if we can get this out of here. All right, so I'm going to work this out of here so we can look down inside these pins slowly. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Okay, so it does look a little bit burnt there. Now, whether it's preventing the machine from turning on or not, I don't think so, but let's see if I can get a good focus for you. I'm trying to find a good angle. Okay, so you can see, yeah, that pin's really bad. These other ones are pretty bad. I would say let's replace this connector, which I've never done, so let's have fun doing that. Just for fun. And that will actually make this a little bit better whenever we get it back together. But we still need to figure out why it's doing the issue it's having right now, right? So it's pulling 0.06. So we have something else going on. So in stages, I do these things in stages, right? So right now, the board's not working. So I want to replace this until the end. That's just how I operate. I want to make sure everything works first, and then we replace it. So kind of the main problem with working on this particular machine is that there is like nothing on this side to access. Everything's on the other side of the board. It's just like, I mean, there's this one power rail right here. We can check that, which is the DDR5 power rail for the RAM, but that's it. That's all we got. So, you know, I don't know. It's just, we have to pull the board out, and, you know, that's just part of the game here. Here's going to be the main power rail. that goes in through this chip here and comes out there through the 5 volts, so we can at least measure to see if we have a short over here, but that's about it. Oh, we do have a short here. No, we don't. It tricked us, see? It was showing a short at first, and then it went away. It was just basically charging up capacitors, and whenever you think you have a short, you got to keep holding it until the short goes away, all right? So there's no short there on the main power rail, but there may be a short somewhere else. Could have a blown power management chip, which I'm kind of leaning towards. We could have our PSID circuit completely just burned up. Who knows, right? So I am going to have to pull the motherboard out in order to really continue working on this. So let's get going on that. A Louisiana blackened connector. That's actually pretty funny. 4090 caused a burnt connector. That's nothing new, right? We've seen plenty of 4090s do that on desktop cards. Now this machine, I have to say that I don't like the 4090 version of this machine because they just use too much current. Even the 4080 version, I don't even like it. So this laptop with a 4070 and like an i7, perfect combination. But when you start going i9 with 4090, it's strong like bull, but then it burns out like bull. So, yeah, we saw this connector already. Y'all want me to show the connector again for people who are just joining in? So one more time before we pull the whole board out, but this is the way it looked whenever we when he opened it up. Look at that thing. That is the craziest burning up of the connector I've ever seen. Now, I don't know if Harrington Boy broke it up a little bit more, like made it break up into pieces, or if it was just kind of like, that's how it, when he unplugged it, just kind of disintegrated, but that is just crazy. That is crazy. It's a barbecue. It's a barbecue, I tell you. All right, I'll see if I can get this out. There's so many screws on this machine, so it takes forever sometimes to get these things out. Did he send the charger? He did. Let's see. Is it real or is it fake? On today, is it real or is it fake? Do we have a real Dell charger? And we do. It looks very real to me. Ooh, sorry about that, Harrington. All right. 330 watt. The logo looks really good. The serial number looks good. Let's see. The date code 2023. That's nice. Plastic, real plastic. The LED looks nice. I like all that. So, looks good. I don't see an issue. Yeah, so that is a real charger. So nothing to worry about there. I'm not buffering. You're buffering. Don't answer all the questions at once. Sorry, you're getting put to work, aren't you? If it was fake, then Dell owes me some money because it's the OG. You're right. Yeah, that's exactly. They're all fake in some way, right? It just depends on where Dell actually ordered it from. You bet it's a PSID shorted. Okay. So Led thinks it's a PSID pin shorted, and I guess we could actually test that now, but I want to get the board out to really be able to start working on this stuff. PSID is actually the communication line, is the one-wire circuit between the charger and the laptop. So these chargers actually use 3 wires. We have positive and negative, so that's what carries all the voltage and current, and then we have a communication line that tells the laptop what type of charger it is, what wattage it is, how many watts it can use, things like that. Because if you have a laptop that requires 330 watts and you plug in a 65 watt charger into it and it just says, oh, I see voltage, let's pull some current, then it's actually pretty dangerous for the machine or the charger. So they require it to have a communication to say what wattage are you, and then you say what wattage it is, and then it's able to pull that amount of current. If it can't detect, then it will sit there and only pull, I think it does max out at like 45 watts, or maybe it's 60 watts or something like that if it's, you cannot detect it, like if that pin's severed, even though you have a 330 watt plugged in. But I'm not sure. Power supply bashing, yeah, sorry about that. That was a slippery finger. Humidity low, current high. Pick one. It's a sad day to celebrate something made of real plastic. Real plastic? Well, it's just one of the signs if it's fake or not. Should that version have the 330 or 360? This one was shipped with the 330. I think maybe the more recent ones were shipped with the 360, but 330 is like the standard one that comes with this one. And then they started using the 360s later on. So rarely do I see a 360 with this one, but I'm sure it's not unlikely that they did it at some point. Like if they were sending out refurb ones right now, maybe they would send a 360 with it. Plastic is better than aluminum if you live where it's cold. Is that true? Too many potential pixies trying to go Soren was unlocking batteries and never seen that before. You know, I have one of those NLBAs, and I did pay for a license for 1 year, and I used it like twice. And to me, it's like if the battery is that, if it's locked, if it's that low, it generally is not really safe to even pull it back, you know, because it's locking itself because it has a bad cell or something, you know, because when it goes imbalanced like that. So I don't know. That's kind of the weird thing about the unlocking thing. I haven't seen a lot of Dell batteries that just lock themselves just randomly. So maybe that's something on other machines, but Dell batteries have very good communication, and they require to have an is present pin, so they won't let any current out without it having a communication with the machine, things like that. So there's a lot of stuff. Is this USB Type-C? Is that what you're saying on this one? No, this is not USB Type-C. It's going to be the biggest barrel jack that's ever existed. But they do make a Type-C that's 360 watts, that it's running at 48 volts. 48 times 5, is that 360? Can you math that? I don't know if that's right math. 48, so if it was 50 times 5, that would be 5. Wait, that's a lot. 50 times 5 is 250. Huh. I don't know if that's mathing right, but they do make a very high wattage 48 volt. Maybe it's 6 amps. So maybe it's at 48 volts times 6 amps would be 30. That'd be 300 watts. How did they get it? Maybe it's like 6.5 amps. I swear they had like a 330 or a 360 or something like that. Oh, I was supposed to say this. And the motherboard is out. I have to say that in case I edit this video down, or else it doesn't make sense. Okay. All right, we got the motherboard out. This thing's just pure heatsink on this side, so there's not really much we can access without taking this off. Now, here's the question. Harrington boy, did you... This thing has liquid metal on it, so are you going to want me to take off the liquid metal? I'm going to have to do something. Oh, I can already see the issue. Actually, I don't even need to take the heatsink off. There's your problem. Boom. I found it. So right here, this is going to be our power management chip. So PMIC, this is what controls the input protection MOSFETs and the charging and the battery charging and all that stuff. And so the symptom we were seeing where we plug it in and we see like a 0.06, which is a constant 60 milliamps right when we plug it in, is indicative of having some sort of short on the power management chip. So that is in brand there. So I can actually replace this without pulling the heatsink off if you want to keep the liquid metal intact. If you want me to take it off and do PTM, I can do that. But I don't want to have to mess with this if I don't have to. So let me know. You're hoping that I would do new pads instead? Let's see. You're hoping that I would do new pads on it instead of liquid metal. Okay, so the PTM is not, it's not technically a pad, but it's a phase changing medium is what it is. But yeah, so I'll put PTM on there. Okay, so we could take off the heatsink if we want, but right now I'm just going to see if we can get this replaced right here. And we can measure in this area anyway. But let's see. All right, so I'm in continuity mode. I'm just going to poke around. So we have, well, there's no short there. No short there. So I don't see a short per se, but let's plug it in with the DC jack and monitor it under the thermal camera. And that way we can actually see if this thing is the thing getting hot or if there's anything else. We obviously know something's getting hot. I gotta plug a DC jack into it. All right, let's go thermal. Easy peasy. Yeah, so power management chips are nice whenever they are bad. It does make it a little bit easier if that is the problem. So they're almost easy pizzas in a way. We're gonna go thermal real quick. So we don't have anything plugged in right now. So anything you're seeing lit up right now is just gonna be a reflection, but I'm gonna plug in the power, 3, 2, 1. And you see that spicy? See how spicy it got? So 36, 37, 67. And it is getting hot. So I will go ahead and get that pulled off of there, and we can, I'm trying to think though. Should we, Sven, thanks for the Prime Switch sub. Okay, so should we leave the heatsink on so we don't have to repaste and do all that right this second, and then change that chip out with it still intact, and then, although the fan's right here. No, I can't do that. Okay, never mind. I answered my own question. I was trying to take the easy way out without having to clean liquid metal right this second, because I hate cleaning liquid metal. It's my nemesis. I feel like, how many hours a day do I clean liquid metal? I need to have a liquid metal minion. You know, I do have a minion here. Maybe I should have him be my liquid metal remover master. You know what I mean? Raptor, thanks for the Prime sub. All right. Uh-oh, I forgot to unplug a fan. Liquid metal ain't bad. It's just, I'm tired of it. You want to go the Soren way. Which one's the Soren way? And look, see, they actually applied it perfectly on this one. It looks beautiful. Beautiful. So I may just leave it intact and then we'll clean at the end. So the liquid metal looks really good. I think this, you see how there's like a weird application of it on this side? And then you can see the heatsink is kind of the mirror image of that. It may be because I had to put the heatsink back down, but this is, I've seen this a lot on these chips where it doesn't look like the liquid metal like is kind of uniformly laid down or something like that, or the heatsink didn't lay down properly all the way. So I don't know. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this out, then we'll just put the heatsink back on without having to mess with it, and go that way. New Mac, new Prime sub, thank you so much for that. All right, let's get this guy removed. I'm going to take this daughter board off too. God, it's so hard. So hard with all this stuff in my way. LM is fine. It's LLM that's not fine. Yep, LLM is leaking liquid metal. If you're new to the channel, new to the inside jokes, we have plenty of them. Come for the repairs, stay for the jokes. And the shenanigans, I guess. All right. All right, so I need to get my Black Horse flux out. Did anyone order their Black Horse candles? Apparently he had 5 for sale, and I guess they all sold. Love them inside jokes. All right, so I'm going to preheat the board. And actually, when I'm preheating this, we need to cue the candle that smells like burning electronics. Yep, you smell it? So light your candle that smells like burning electronics. I'm telling you, I'm going to make a candle set that smells like all the different smells that I have going on here at the shop. And then that way you have your smell-o-vision in full effect. I think we're going to have a problem over here. I think pin 1's going to be fused to the board, and I'm not excited about this. We may have some surgery we have to do. So the worst case scenario on this is this chip's actually welded to the board in this corner, and we're going to have to deal with this. So I'm just going to tap it just a little bit, see if it moves. Oh, it just jumped. And it is fused to that corner. Yeah, we're going to have a problem with that corner there. I I don't know. Do I want to grind this down? I think I'm going to grind this corner down. So let me grind the corner off of that. Okay, so if I yank this thing off of here, we're just going to rip a pad off, and then we'll have to rebuild it. But if we can actually grind the corner of the chip off, then we can maybe not have to deal with that. I don't know. Scratch and sniff. That's a way of doing it. Okay. Ooh, nice. Nice. Look how easy it's just falling apart. So I'm just going to grind this whole corner off. Gross. Okay, we're getting closer. So when we get close, and I think we should be able to take the rest off. All right, so I'm just going to do that. That's the only part that's actually stuck, and then I can just remove the other part. It's hammer time. What would Soren do? That should be a shirt, actually. See, that's another inside joke, right? It's like, what would Soren do? He would take a properly calibrated wire. He would just take the MOSFET off and turn it around and put it back on. He says, why does it not work? Who cares? And if you're wondering, I love Soren. I think he's awesome. Some people say, you can't tell if you like him or don't like him. I think Soren is one of the better teachers on the tubes. Use M35 Nano Flux for those shavings. Oh yeah, that would work, right? Okay, look at that. So you can see that pin still attached there. And are we missing a pin there? I think we are. Let's see what we got cooking. So is that required? So this corner, so we're going to have to somehow build a pad there. This one we'll see if we can grind down without ripping off. And then, yeah, not a fan. Okay. Well, we still have to do some work here. I don't know how I'm going to grind that down without ripping the pad off of there, but you just ordered the candle. Okay, yeah. So for people who don't know what I'm talking about, God, I got to turn all this stuff off. Okay, so Black Horse Repairs makes this flux that smells awesome, right? But most people don't solder, so it's useless to have to buy this just to smell what I'm smelling. And so a Black Horse Repair made a candle as a joke, which I told him, I was like, dude, you should make this candle and people will buy it. And it sold out immediately. And so then he's like, and it's funny because the whole thing is like, meet the most premium priced piece of junk you will ever buy. Created by popular demand, this candle serves zero purpose. Zero practical purpose in your workshop, but will make the space smell exactly like hot Omega Flux. So the purpose would be so you can smell what I'm smelling. That's what I would say. So anyway, I'll drop it in the chat if you guys want to buy it out. Sell it out again. That'd be awesome. There you go. Why is it not going? Did you get it? Okay. I don't know if the YouTube link's going to work, actually. It looks like it has dots on it, which doesn't look like it's going to work, but maybe you can copy the other one. Okay, so we will proceed to continue on this. So I just want to see if we can get that page to sell out. Oh, it's sold out now. It's already sold out, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, dude, Raph over there at Black Horse needs to make more of these things, dude. He already sold out again. Sorry. Oh, I'm gonna get him to make other flavors too. He needs to make burning electronics. He needs to make cat pee. No. Oh, no, he doesn't need to do all that, but all right, back to this. Sorry, we will focus, I know this is all part of the fun, but where's my chip at? There it is. All right, so I'm gonna try to hold this in place while I grind it so it doesn't break. DDoS their site. No! Alright, so I'm going to hold this down and then see if I can just grind the top of that off of there. The odds it's going to rip off is pretty high, but we will see. Thanks for the cheer. White noise. 100 bits. Ah, I don't want that. Okay, so I need to come in a different angle, possibly. I don't know. Oh, I hate this. It's just so difficult to get this where I'm not going to rip that off of there. And I don't know how much current this thing carries, but it's pretty big, and my traces are not that big. So I'd rather just keep this one intact. More bits? Thanks there, white noise. Ah, there we go. That thing's done. Darn it. Oh, don't forget to unplug the battery. Yeah, the battery's definitely unplugged. All right, so I'm completely defeated. I'm really mad. I'm gonna change the polarizer here because it's hard for me to see. But let's clean this up and see what we're dealing with. Look how big that trace is. That thing is big. Big and strong. You have to remove all the carbon too. So carbon is conductive. All right, I'm hoping we can fix this. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've fixed before, but God, I really wish those traces would have stayed there. Okay, use a full pad repair kit. Oh, man. I can cut a piece of copper trace, too, because I have that. So, it's just getting everything to stay in place is kind of the main thing, right? So, I think we can come up with something. Okay, so at least we have really good, area. I can put a wire right here. We can run a wire there. We could even run a wire here if we wanted a wire. That's still a little high, and I don't know if that's solder or if that's metal that's actually fused on there. But we want to make sure that that lays down. I'm trying to think. Let me put, I hate, like right now I've cleaned it. So when you clean it, that's whenever you want to be able to like put things in place and put a solder mask on it. But then you need to put solder on it in order to connect to it. So I want to see if I can get a trace off of there. Or whatever that is. Let me see if that melts, actually. Let's do that. Let me see if that one little piece melts. Cover the carbon with a mask. I don't want it to be too thick, though, but I can actually... That's a good idea. Let's see if this melts right here. There we go. Okay, that was solder. Good. That's what we want to know. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit of solder mask down in there now that we've cleaned it. That way it at least isolates that area of the board. And then we can put a layer of, I got copper tape, film. We'll put a layer of that in there, possibly. Those pins are for the shunt resistor. Those pins are for, I don't know what they're for. It's pin 1 and 2. Is that what you said it goes to? I don't know if it goes to a shunt. But there's a lot of current on it, though. A lot of times they don't put like direct layers right underneath the layer right there, so I think this is just part of the filling here. It's kind of like fiberglassy in that area. So I think I got most of the carbon off anyway, but I think it's just kind of fiberglassy down in that hole. All right, I'm just going to drop some solder mask down in there. God, it's such a big blob, and I just put just a tiny dot on my tweezers here. See how much ended up coming off of here? It's too much. Too much. No likey. All right, so here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe this off. I'm going to cure it just a little bit. So that would just harden it up just a tad. Okay. Now I can do this. It just kind of makes it a little harder. I can kind of get this out of the way. Don't need all that. All right, and this one I need to get lower. It needs to be a lot lower than this because we need to be able to put a trace on top of it too. Oh, that whole piece came out. Let me put some of this stuff down in there. But if I have it too high, then I'll have a hard time actually getting this stuff in here. Let me put, I'm just putting a thin layer down in there. I don't want too thick of a layer. Come on, get down in there. This is crazy. All I did is I hit it for that one little second. You see how some of it's hard and some of it's soft? I don't know which y'all can see better with the polarizer or not. It's hard for me to see with that polarizer on. You're making a mess, Nate. All this is cleanable. I'm not worried about it. It does look very messy, though. Okay, that's exactly how I want it. There we go. That's perfect. Right there. That's in there. That's in there. That's in there. Okay, so cool. So now we're going to get all this out of the way. And all right, let's just do this. Perfect. Okay. You ready? So now we'll just UV cure this for a second. I know it looks weird because it's inconsistent, like different areas are like hard and one are soft, but it's like the thing is that because we have kind of a pit, right? It's going down in there. What I want is just kind of have a thin layer there because we also have to put traces in there. So if we end up filling this thing like full, like a bubble, the chip won't lay down. You can't put traces on top. If you have it too high in general, you can't. When you put traces on top, then it becomes a bulge. So you just don't want to bulge. So we're trying to make it where it's still concaved a little bit, and then we can put those traces on top of that. It's better without the polarizer. So I was doing, I ended up doing it without the polarizer just so it was brighter, but then there was those other reflections. Grind it down, pads were where you want them. I haven't put the pads in there yet. All I did is just did that to kind of clear or fill the hole up so we can make sure the carbon fibers and things like that aren't going to have any issues. PCBs are AI turned into consumer servers. Interesting. 1 and 2 are current sense resistors. Check the shunt resistor. Okay, so yeah, most likely if that's burnt, then we probably have a shunt resistor issue, which I'm assuming is here. While that's curing, I'll just pull up the board view on this. And this is an 18R1. Someone dinging in. Ding, ding, ding. No, thanks for the cheer there, White Noise. All right, so if we look here, we have the power management chip, right? And 1 and 2 are these two right here. And so it looks like it goes to, that's a capacitor, 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 resistor, resistor. Where do these go? Okay. So we're just going to have to check all these components over here. It's weird that these would have burned up. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and check it now and see if it's cured. All right, look at that horse show. You like the horse show? Looks nice. Very nice. Okay. So this is no polarizer right there. This is with the polarizer on right there. So that's the polarizer. I'm building a base. Building a base. And so sometimes what I like to do is lightly grind it afterwards, where I just kind of skip over the top of it. So we'll see if that works out, or it just creates more of a problem. It's like surgery, though. This is so tiny. So tiny. So this should be hard. Trying to work it down just a little bit, because it's a little higher than the actual connections here. Slow. I'm not even barely touching. And the goal is to just kind of make it all uniform. Okay, let's see what that does. All right, so that looks pretty uniform. Now my main concern is just that it's still pretty high up. It's still high. It doesn't have a kind of a cavity for the trace to go down into, right? So we need to run a wire here, and we need to run a wire there, or a trace of some sort. Oh, and I'm not looking forward to it. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Okay, let's see. What do I want to use for trace repair? Let's see, I have this stuff here. Let's see if this works. Looks pretty good, but so like anything I'm using or working on looks so huge. So here's the size of this little piece. Pretty small, but if you put it under here, you're like, wait a minute, these things are huge. Each one of these little pieces are huge. So I could take this one little piece here and then cut it up into other pieces, and we'll have plenty. Oh yeah, I did get a bunch of wires. You're right. I could try the wires. The problem with wires on this type of situation is that they're round. You know, they pop up. So, but I did get a bunch of wires that I could try. Here, we can look at one of those and see if those are adequate in thickness. So you can see how this one, I'll be able to cut this and kind of lay one down and lay one down there. How do you hold it in place is the main problem. You know, that's always the other issue you have. So that's why I always have to kind of like, ugh, it's a pain. All right, let's look at these really thin wires. So 9. So I was donated these very thin wires here. I think this is the thinnest wire. There's this spool right here. This is 0.09, 0.04. Can't tell. That's a 9 or a 4, one of the two. Trying to find the starting. You know, the starting is always hard to find. Okay, not proper trace pads. Why not proper trace pads? So the reason why I have proper trace pads, but because I feel like there's a lot more current in this area, and you see how wide these things are, and I guess I can grab you one of those to show you, but you see how wide this is? You see how wide that one is? These trace pads that I have here are not that wide, right? So if we go with like one of these, let me see if I can find a bigger one. Like even one of these have circles. We don't necessarily need a circle, but let's see, where's the right? Trying to find all the shapes here. Where is my, okay, these right here. So if I took one of these, and I'll grab one, we'll just do it just for science. So if I put this here, you know, we might be able to actually use this. You're right, because it's long enough to connect there, and then I'm not worrying about running off that wire, but this other one is going to be harder to get there, right? The L on the text of the sheet seems to be the right width. Oh, interesting. The L. Look at that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So we might be able to use one of those for this one. Maybe. This one we can actually use this, right? Because that one we can just solder on there and we don't have to worry about running it down that little tiny skinny wire. But this one, it ends like right here. If I can get this stuff off of here. Can't tell where that ends. Is that where it ends? Yeah, so maybe I want to go with this. I like this one. What do you think about that? That's good right there. I'm not even going to try to go all the way down to the end because the chip lays over this whole area, so I'm not worried about that. This one, we'll have to, I mean, I could just use a strip of this too. I can just cut a piece right there, right? Off of that. Or we can try taking this L off of here, or W. This one, since it's already here, let me just cut a strip off of it and see what it does. It's definitely tiny. It's definitely tiny. This is my fingerprint on my index finger. I just don't know how, if you know how tiny this stuff is. I just don't know if you knew that. It's so tiny. I can't even see like the trace with my hand. I mean with my eyes, my regular eyes. So I'm going to try to cut this, but this is... I don't know. I feel like I'm working on a watch, you know? There's like, you watch YouTube channel where it's just like working on watches. I probably could work on watches at this point. How good I am at these tiny things here. So here's my big giant scissors. Just try to cut this little tiny end off here. Get it thin, right? A little thinner than that, right there. How's that? I need to make the thing fall right in that same area here. All right, that looks pretty good. All right, we have our two candidates, I think. Because we can put this one right in this area. I'm going to put it a little sideways. I don't really care. Put some feng shui on it. Put it like that. And it should make contact, and then this one will go right here. Right there. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, let me get a sip of coffee though. That's... Do not take a breath or sneeze or whatever. Those are some huge scissors. I mean, they're regular scissors though, you know? It's like, I mean, they're big scissors, but yeah, it's just, we're working very small. Achoo. Someone's sneezing. All right, so let's figure out how I'm going to get these things soldered on here. So I'm just going to put a little bit of flux over here. The problem is, like, you know, flux ends up... I didn't put it on top because then I wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing. And then we have to do one of these at a time. It's going to end up sticking to it. We're going to have to hold it down. I'm just going to put a little bit of solder on my tip. All right. So let's just a little bit. I'm trying to get it on the very tip if I can. Okay. Hello, hello. All right. Let's see if I can move that over there. Actually, I'm going to tin this pad just a little bit. Okay, that works. Get in your home. No. See, and then see how it like wants to stick to the soldering iron. It just like sucked itself up right onto the soldering iron like it was magnetized or something. That's the problem. Okay, I just need to hold it in place. Now, we could have put solder mask on here maybe to hold it in place ahead of time, but then you're dealing with it being too thick again. That's the problem. So I'm just trying to get this thing held right in place. There we go, stay. Slide over. This is whenever I have to walk away sometimes because it frustrates me so much dealing with this. Okay. Why did we start with this repair again? I don't like it. Alright, so if we can get this to stay in place. Now I'm using the tweezers in my left hand, which is not my dominant hand, so I'm having a little bit harder of a time to actually hold this thing in place. And it keeps messing with me here. What we got? Suggestions here? Miller time. Yeah, break time. Alright, let me reset myself here. I'm going to set this down. I'm going to put the soldering iron away. I'm going to use my dominant hand. Okay. See, it's like, look at that, how easy that was for me. Alright, maybe I'll solder it with my left hand instead. Alright, so I just want that there, like that. That's how I want it. Can y'all see it? Do you want me to polarize? So there's polarized. I don't know if you can see it better or not. I can't tell. Alright, here we go. Now I'm going to hold it down with this hand. And oh, not hot air. Not hot air. My brain went straight to hot air. Okay. Back over here. Bourbon time. Yeah, it's more like bourbon time. Thank you there, Johnny. Alright, so I'm going to hold this down in place. Don't move. Don't you move. Oh my gosh. See, just tapping it makes it move. But I have to hold it down or else it's going to move when I touch it. Take a deep breath. Okay. I'm about to freak out. Like, every time I try to touch it, it moves. And it doesn't matter how it is, how I do it. Let me turn this. And it's hard to see. You know it's going to suck? I know it's going to suck. I'm going to get this attached and be like, okay, cool, this one's done. And then now we do the next one, and it will immediately, I will touch it, and then the other one will come undone. What do you think about that? I can tell. I don't know. I'm trying to do the other one now while I'm here already. I don't have enough solder. I need hot glue. That's what I need. Hot glue will work. You know, another solution could be to actually just install the chip and then try to solder to the edge of the chip, but I don't know if that's even possible. You know what I mean? Because it's like hard to get up the side of the chip itself. Alright, did I get it? I can't see, it's so out of focus for me. Because every time I press down on the board, it kind of pushes itself away out of focus. Okay, is it attached? I can't tell. Can anyone see through all this junk that's here? It looks like we did it. Although that one's a pretty far. That one's a pretty far. And that one's a little bit over. Alright, let's clean it up and take a look at it. I can't see anything. Solder pads to the chip. Oh, and then have it hang out? Yeah, that seems like it'd be nice if you could just solder the pads to the chip and then install the chip separate. Look, right now it's picking up that pad and flipping it over. Isn't that dandy? I was trying to be careful too. Okay. Stay like that. I don't know if I like how crooked that pad is, but I feel like it should be fine. God, it's hard for you guys to see this. All right, we're going to be careful again. So I'm just rolling across here. Can you solder a wire to the chip before installing it? No, because right as you start heating it up, I mean, I guess I could solder it and then put the chip in place and then solder it in. That's an interesting idea. Douse it with alcohol. Let's see. It's like heart surgery. Yeah, I need one of those like robots that will do this little surgery thing. Now, I feel like I want to cut this one back if I'm going to keep this one the way it is. You know, just like use a razor blade, just kind of cut that back just a little bit. Or move this side over a little bit, but I can't tell. Oh yeah, you can see that those are almost touching. So I gotta fix that. Can you tell? I can tell. This is a via right here. So that's a via, and then this is its own trace, and we have a kind of a bridge right there. So we're gonna have to deal with that somehow. So I'm gonna see if I can use my razor blade on that. So razor blade, let's see if we can get in there precision-wise. Oh, no, of course. I just snagged it and it picked the whole thing up. Dandy. Okay. This just needs to be moved over. I don't know. It's like brain surgery here, and we haven't even like... We know that this is, I think this is going to fix the board, I hope. What we decided. I think I'm going to have to solder this. I don't want to have to touch the soldering iron to this area again because it's going to end up taking my pad off of there again. They're not touching. That's what he says. They're not touching. It's fine. I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. They look pretty close to me. And because they're going through a shunt, it's kind of hard to know, like by just toning it out. You can't just guess because they're going to be clear. Do a UV mask over the whole thing. Maybe the mask will be able to cure it, and then the same mask to hold them down. And I've done that in the past before. I feel like I know what you mean. I think we might have to do that, but it's just going to end up being so bulgy on that side. Let me move that pad over, I guess, a little bit. I don't want to have to touch this darn thing, but I think we're going to have to. Stick it with UV pad, scrape out the excess. Like right now I can put UV on there and cure it and get it all held in place. Okay, so I know that's possible. Now what I'm thinking is how can I separate those pads without having to try to touch this with my soldering iron? The moment I touch this trace right here, it's going to delaminate from there or desolder itself, and then it's going to try to pull itself away. Now I see I probably have a pretty good gap now, but I don't know if that gap's good enough. And I don't like this gap right here either, because if we have any solder squeeze out from the center, we'll touch that. So I want to cut that off too. I think we might be okay now, right there. Okay, so that's good, I think. So this is the only thing I'm worried about. Oh, and it's close to this pin too. So I want to cut the end of this off, right? Hot glue, you guys are on it. Hot glue is definitely a solution, not the solution. I'm going to cut the end of this thing off. I'm sure it's a bad decision, but let's see. It's crazy. Usually I could just kind of crimp it and it comes right off. But this is a lot stronger piece of metal I'm dealing with here. Weird. Don't know. I think I got it though. Okay, let's clean it up and take a look. And then we'll cure it. It looks like I Freddy Krueger's Horror Show. Freddy Krueger's Horror Show, right? I think we got it, though. I think I saved another power management chip. Slowly. Okay. I think we're good. You guys like that? Do we still not like the separation between these two right here? They are pretty close right there. What should we do with that? Soren would just drill a hole. Atari, you're right. Soren would just drill a hole right through the board. Pad's too big. Prepare. Okay. So you think that pad's too big, huh? Because it's in the corner, I don't really care. So if you compare what this one looks like, the bottom of the chip's going to look like that right here. Or I guess right here. So you're going to see it. It's going to come across there. As long as we can get that area. As long as we can get that area. What I don't want is when we're soldering this chip on that they move, right? So I'm going to basically tin the chip, hold it in place on top of it, and I'm going to melt everything after. We cannot really put too much on here. Like, how am I don't have any solder on these, so there's nothing I can do right this second. I don't like this. This one needs to be moved over a little bit, but all right, I'm going to mask it and scrape it. We'll see. This is, I think, the method we're going to have to go with. Okay. So Dragon's trying to just tell me, like, look, just think rationally. We're at 5 to 20 volts. We're not at, like, 10,000 volts. The spark gap is just fine. Okay. All right. You're making me feel better about this. All right. Do we have it clean enough? Probably not. So we need to put solder mask on here. We need to have it cleaner. 2,800 followers on Twitch. Our goal has been met. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys for all the support. We also hit 200 subscribers on, or subscribers on Twitch. Thank you so much for that. So I got to get this cleaned up as much as possible so it will actually stick. But we want to be careful. Okay. The corner of a chip looks fried and destroyed traces. Oh, you're explaining? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Alright, so we'll see if we can get solder mask to stick to this. That's always the problem. Justin, thanks for the Prime sub. Or for the donor board member. Nice. Welcome to the donor board member club. Alright, so I'm not going to put much on here. Actually, I'm just going to put it over this back edge and not even put it over the front. So if I put it over the front, then I'll have to try to scrape it, and I'll have a chance of creating more damage. Maybe. But if I put it over the whole thing, then I grind it down. But that one's floating a little bit. See, I go back and forth because I've dealt with this so many times where I'm like, okay, I'll flood the whole thing, I'll hold it down and cure it. Maybe I won't flood it, but I'll at least do this. We'll do that, and then we'll grind it down a little bit. So let me get it underneath. Okay. So we'll just put this clear sheet on top of it and hold it down while we're curing it, and that will at least try to make it flatter. Like that. Oh, should have grabbed my UV light first. Too much flux residue. I'm hoping I got most of it off of there. I sat there and cleaned it as much as I could, but it's just hard. Trace positioning is spot on. Well, I think it's not spot on, but it's good enough, club. It's either going to be an amazing repair or an amazing failure. It's a win either way. Be positive mindset. That is what you just said is exactly what your handle is. So it makes complete sense. Halfway through the chair fix, we need to add an armrest in the back and sit comfortably. Oh, I need to actually. Oh, okay. Let me cure this a little bit more. Okay, starting to have a mess. This is what happens when you're sitting here doing surgery and I don't have a nurse helping me out, passing me all of my utensils. Scalpel! Oh, we will need the grinder in a second. Yeah, there may be fireworks. I hope not. We'll test for all that ahead of time. But again, if this is like on a shunt resistor, which is basically going to be a 0 ohm or a really low, it may be a 10 ohm resistor for all I know, but it's going to measure very low. So it's hard to actually tell if they're touching or not. I originally paid $3,500 for the entire machine without RAM upgrades and M.2 drives, and replaced the board would have been 2/3 of the total price you originally paid. Yeah, well, that's assuming I'm fixing the board. But yes, this 4090 board, the last I got them quoted from Dell was $2,600. I do have some, I did bid on a huge load of stuff from Dell, like a huge load. It's going to cost me a lot of money, but I do have some of these 4090 boards in there, and so I should be able to get them to you for a lot better price than $2,600. They'll probably be in the mid 1500s. So, but yeah, this is going to be like $100 and something thousand load that I'm getting. So we will see if I win all of it. Okay, so now I need to flatten this back down again. And we got to do it carefully. So my grinding tip, so if I grind this way, I don't know which way it spins. So it's spinning this way, like this. And so I need to make sure that I grind this way. So if anything, it's going to be pulling it that way. It's not going to try to flip it over. Okay. Don't forget to check the resistors. Thank you. Remind me at the end here. All I'm trying to do is just going to reveal some of this stuff around here. I'm barely setting down. I'm not even applying any pressure. Okay, do we got enough bite here? Okay, that looks good. Oh, I'm like, it's stressing me out. It's stressing me out because I know one little slip and I have to start over. And I've had this happen plenty of times. That wire I still need to take off of there. I'm doing that last because then I have something to grab onto if I need to. But I think I can probably break it off now. Grind it, grind it, grind it. Okay, let's see if I can get this off of here. These tweezers are all mangled. It's time to replace my tweezers again. Okay, right about there. All right, so we have this one little bit right here that I wouldn't mind getting a little more solder mask off of, but I don't know if I want to put my grinder on it. What do you think? Should I worry about that little piece? Because the pin's gonna be running this way anyway. It's not even gonna be running across that way. So I feel like I'm gonna leave it, and we'll just get solder on it. Center myself here, center myself. Glad you don't deal in servers. A single machine, 100K just in DIMMs. What? Yeah. I've gotten loads of server stuff in the past, but I just don't have any desire to deal with all that stuff. So I usually just sell that stuff off whenever I do get server stuff in. For a little while, I would sell a little bit of server stuff, but now all the stuff I have is just older stuff. You're right, I need to hydrate before I mess something up. I hydrated with coffee just a second ago. Function, not form. Let's see. I don't want to see if it's like, I'm scared to touch it. I'm scared to touch it. Pen 32 needs cleaning. Where's pen 32? Oh, this pen right here. So I can touch that one. I'm not scared of that one. So basically, if I tin the chip and put the chip on top of that, I'm feeling like it should have enough solder, but it's like the moment I touch this, I have to commit because I don't want to rip off a pad. So I'm going to try to slide across with it. Just a little bit of solder on it, okay? A little bit of solder. Just to tin it. Just to tin it. Okay, got it? I'm literally holding my breath. Oh, Falcor! Atreyu. Man, you mother. It was that last one. I was like, just one more little touch on it. One more little touch. And the freaking thing just came off. So if you can't tell, that pad that we put on is gone now because it's stuck to the soldering iron. And all I wanted to do is just get enough solder on it so that when I put my chip on there, it had a good connection. All right. Give me a second. We're gonna have to regroup here. Got to regroup. Here, I don't need coffee, I need water. I'm just next to motherboard. It's the never-ending story. Yeah, Falcor, Atreyu. It's totally the never-ending story, dude. Okay, we got this. We got this. I'm not going to touch the other one. The other one's fine. We need green juice. Let me go grab my green juice. You're right. Let me go grab it real quick. It's in the break room. That's a bunch of vegetables. Give me a boost of focus. You see how scared I was, though? It's like I was apprehensive of even touching it because I know that if I touch it with a soldering iron, there's a chance that it will unsolder the pad and then cause the, you know, to come unstuck, even with that solder mask there. You think when you have solder mask, and it's not a sure thing. It's not a sure thing. Green drink to the rescue. All right. So we have, what is it? Green Revolution. Green celery, cucumber, spinach, romaine, kale, lemon, and parsley. So it's not sweet at all, but it should give me something. At least it's nice and cold in here today. This AC is feeling good. All right. I don't know if you guys heard me, but I'm sitting there yapping on. Okay, the jumper cables. Get your jumper cables, because this laptop needs to be jump started to turn on. Blah, blah, blah. That's one of my videos. All right, so green drink, here it is. We have all that, the good stuff in there. Ooh, that's very bitter. Put the chip in, place the solder wires on it. Solder wires to it. Let's try that for science. Let me think. How are we going to do it for science, though? I have to solder it only on that one pad, in that one direction, and then set it down and then make it connect. It's just hard to think about that. I could solder a wire to it. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's regroup. Glue it down with masking. Well, the mask is like a false sense of security, I'm telling you, because it's like it never it doesn't mean it's actually held down very firmly. Hence, it just coming off just now. Right, so we have our one pad that's actually looking pretty nice. Pretty nice. And then I touch it and it comes right off. So that's good. So I can't even see where we're connecting this one, because it's still under the mask. So I have to take that mask off of there. And then I have to find our pad. I think it's still stuck to our soldering iron's tip, so I have to get it off of here. Where are you at? Here's our pad, right? You're somewhere around here. And I can't even see it. It's out of focus for me. I got it? Okay, got it. Can't see. Okay. So there's our pad. Nothing a little liquid metal can't fix. Okay, so I'm going to line this up. We're going to fix this in like quickly because I'm ready. I thought we were about to install the chip. I was very excited. You know? You know what I mean? What if I did this? What if I did this? That's in the right spot. What if I now put the chip on top of it and then just did it? Sent it. CRF just did 5 gifted subs. Thank you. So it looks like Bay, Schmear, Eddie, and Breaker and Was are all getting gifted memberships. No more commercials for you. No more commercials for you. So yeah, what do you think? So I put the chip. If I put the chip in place, that's pre-tinned. It kind of sets on top of that. That's not actually intact yet, and then that will kind of hold it in place. And then I'll solder that afterwards. Do it for science. They'll start panicking. All right, let's get ourselves a BMS. Let's see, what chip is it? Did y'all catch the number? 9552AH is what we need. 9552AH. So I got brand new 9552AH. These were purchased from, I think that's a DigiKey number. This is a DigiKey. So OEM. Real power management chips. Nothing but the best. Let's give it a go. I mean, it's something to try. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely stressful having to deal with this. And you saw how I didn't want to do it. I literally was like, I don't want to touch this. I don't want to touch this, you know? So you can tell I knew not to touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. All right, so let me pre-tin this. Oh, yeah, I have to say, I'm sorry to the 1,000 people that are watching, and I just totally botched that. I should have listened to my own instinct. Should have, could have, would have. All right, better than factory. That's the way factory is, I guess. Okay. So we're going to pre-tin these outside pads. Hopefully we have enough solder on there. And I don't want to put too much in the middle because I don't want to have to like deal with oozing anything out. So I'm just putting a little bit on there. Let me take the rest off of my soldering iron. David, thanks for those bits. Thanks for the bits. I appreciate you. Okay, not too much there. Just right. Okay. Are we good? Do we have it? Nerd alert gave me some bits too. Thank you. Double nerd alert. Thank you for those bits. Okay. All right, so again, the gist of it is the first pad right here we actually have attached. That one's just sitting there just hanging out playing Nintendo. It's not doing anything else, right? So it's literally just hanging out. So now we're going to try to set this on top. And of course I can't see what pin 1 is. Let me see if I can figure that out without distracting all of our stuff here. Okay. So pin 1 is this corner right there. I'm going to set this on top, and then we're going to heat it in place, which I rarely do. I normally would heat the board first, but I'm going to actually set this on top like that. We need more flux in there, probably. Just a little bit, not too much. I'm scared doing this even. Set that right there. Okay. All right. Crazy Nate's in the house. So, should we get in position where we can actually see that trace move around or what? I don't know. Be like right around there. Okay, so I'm just going to hold it in place. Oh, light up a flux candle, everyone. Here we go. Get your flux candle going because this is what we're about to do. We're going to smell some flux. I'm going to lower the air pressure, actually. I don't want it blowing around too much. I'm trying to blow straight down from the top instead of from the side. Okay, so I'm going to have to hold it. Even with low air pressure, it jumped. So, all right, this is all an experiment. This is all an experiment. It's pissing me off. Maybe I need a bigger nozzle, and then that would have been better. This is making me mad, though. Do this. Get there. Alright, I have to tack that thing in place. There's nothing I can do, man. This is like, it's so not gonna work if I don't hold it in place first. Okay. Okay. That's it. We got it. We got it, and we're doing this. We're sending it right now, and then we will be done in a second. I can feel it. You guys having fun yet? Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. So I'm just going to hold it like that instead. Zoom in really close. Wait, zoom in a bit. Looks really close to the left pen. Okay, you want me to double check before I commit? Do I need to take the chip back off though? Let's see. I think I had the spacing right. Yeah, so I have pretty good spacing there. I think we're okay. It's that other one looks really close to the other one. Like this one looks so close to that one, other one. But I don't want to mess with that one. Okay. Holding my breath. Okay. Looks good, actually. What's up with this? Anyone notice this chip has like a weird dent in the corner? Weird, it's a brand new chip. Okay. I'll press down, make sure everything's seated in there really nice. Okay, we're good. Should have used a wire. Wires are thick though. I don't know. Has anyone used a wire underneath a chip like this before? I mean, I find that because it's so thick, it's hard to use a wire. Where's my chip at? Don't know where I'm at. Okay, right here. All right, so let's double check to make sure our pin 2 and 3 are not shorted together. And then I want to see if we have, I think it looks good actually. One looks like it's attached. Sorry, don't give me motion sickness here. All the movement. Ah. Sorry, I'm having a hard time propping this up in the right position. So give me a second. Give me a second. Bear with me. Okay, let's see if this works. I think we got it, guys. Does that look pretty good? That second pin is a little bit off center, but I'm hoping it's not touching the other one. And we definitely see pin 1 is attached. It's definitely attached and it's attached. I think we're good. Looks good. I'm going to double check everything, but... Now, the only thing that we didn't get to really do is do that tapping at the end. So whenever I do solder this on, I usually tap, 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 and I really like doing that because then that will clear out any extra shorts in there. So there's a chance that we still have an issue, but let's clean this up real nice. I like how abrasive I'm being. Be gentle. Should be good now. Should be strong like bull. All right, let's double check, make sure we don't have any issues. Yeah, look how close those are together, those pads. But you assured me that a 20 volts arc is not big enough, so. Okay. Use the meter to check for shorts. That's what stage we're at now. Okay. Wow. Are people impressed? I'm impressed. I'm impressed now. All right, so pin 2 and 3. Pin 2 and 3. Okay, so here's 1 and 2. 1 and 2 has 30 ohms. Nice, okay. And then 2 and 3 has 200 ohms. All right, let's grab a donor board and see what that's supposed to be. 30 ohms should be right because it's just going through a bunch of these resistors over here, which we're going to look at anyway. Because it was going through this one, which is fine. That's a 30 ohm. That's a 30 ohm. Okay, so that would make, wait, that's a 0. This one's a 30. And then it went through this one, I think, too, right? Or did it go through some vias and then went somewhere else? I think that's it. Okay. So resistor cross chip on the other side looks crooked. Trying to figure out what you're talking about. This one's 0. It's a motherboard surgeon. Like a surgeon. This is 100 ohm actually. It was 100. This one's a 4.7. Good. 10. It's a capacitor. This one's open right here. I don't know what that one's supposed to be, but it's open. Or maybe it's not open, maybe it's a 10K or something. Let me put it on resistance mode real quick. So my beep mode only goes a certain height. Yeah, this is 600K or 600 something. Looks great, Dr. Nate. Now just plug it in. Yeah, we'll go straight to plugging it in, see? All right. Clean it just a little bit more. All right, so when we do plug it in, I will plug it in under the thermal camera. We want to make sure we don't have any big kind of spark. Maybe we'll do it in split mode so we can get an explosion and get a thermal signature. Leave it, test it, test, test, test. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think if I want to do limit the power on the PSU. Well, I don't use power supplies to power these things up. I always use the actual charger, so I can't limit it. And these things require to turn on. It actually does just go low watts anyway, but it's 60 watts is what it starts out with when it turns it on. So I don't even know if I have a power supply I can start it. Don't forget to check the donor board. Yeah, so let me grab a donor board and we can actually just measure that. So a lot of these donor boards already have the power management chip taken off, so, but this one doesn't. Okay, so we can use this one. So here's a similar board. I think it's probably a 4080 board, so we can at least measure that to see what measurements we have there. And so we had 30 ohms. Santa Claus, yay, thank you. So we had 30 ohms here. We have 3 ohms. Wait. Do we have 30 or 3? So this is 2 ohms, okay. And then these two we had 6.4K is on that, okay. So now we come over here to this one. $30 ohms. Interesting. Yeah, so I think we must have a blown resistor somewhere on that. And then this one was 200K, no, 200 ohms. It's 200 ohms. 200 ohms. Pins 2 and 3, 30 ohms. It was 1 and 2, I think, were 30 ohms. Yeah, 1 and 2 is 30 ohms. But we should be getting 3 ohms. Interesting. The RAM and memory. Okay, let me go back over here. I'm going to measure these other components that are on the back side here and just see what those are supposed to be measuring. Because I had a 30 ohm right here also. That's a, oh no, that's a 0. This was the 30 ohm, right? This is a 2. Okay, so this should be a 2, and this should be a 0. And that's a 1K. All right, so now that we have those numbers, we'll come back over here. Oh, check this shunt resistor. We can see if that's blown up. I've never seen a shunt resistor blown up, but you know, it happens, right? So this would be a 2. And we got 30. So there's our problem right there. This should be a 2. But it's in circuit, so let's figure out exactly how that's connected. Because it could be like the actual resistor is supposed to be 2 or what. So here's that resistor. We're measuring 30, and it's supposed to be a 2. A 2.2. And this one should be a 0. So if we look here, it says 0 R2, and this one right here says 2R2. So we have a blown resistor there, so we will replace that. So I'm guessing that that should fix, come on. I'm guessing that that should fix our pin 1 and 2, and then our pin 2 and 3 seems a little off too, but I don't know what that, let's see. Pin 2 and 3 shouldn't have any interaction at all. It's at 150 ohms. The donor board does power on, it just doesn't get an image on the screen. So yeah, it's good. Why are we getting 130 ohms between pin 2 and 3? All right, let's just change out this open resistor. So this one's definitely open right here, and so we're measuring on either side. You can kind of see that little dimple on there. You can kind of see that the mark right on the top. Yeah, you can see it's blown, actually. Yeah, you see it? So that dot. So sometimes it blows out worse than that, but it's just a little dot, and that's why it's blown out. So you can definitely say it's bad. All right, so let's grab a new one of those and get that on there. It's a 2 ohm, probably a, what size was it? 0402. 0402, 2 ohm. Check the resistors around the chip. We did check all the big ones, resistors, but I'll check those again. That's so weird though, 130 ohms and it should be in the Ks. Pin 2 resistor, check the pin 3 for serial data. Pin 3 is for serial data, so it's not even, doesn't have anything to do with pin 2, which means that if it did have that, that could actually go to, wait, does it go to like the chips, or the EC chip or something? Pin 3? Pin 3 goes to this resistor here, which goes to ground. Wait. Oh, interesting. So pin 3 doesn't go anywhere but just to this one resistor, which is a 0 ohm resistor being pulled to ground. That doesn't make sense. Is that right? Pin 3 should be pulled low, is what this is saying. Am I off on this? With a 0 ohm. Is that right? No? It says it's 0. It's a hole. It's a hole. Okay, let's just replace this one first. I don't even, oh, so that resistor's not even populated, which means that's a floating pin. So pin 3 is a floating pin? Is this pin 3? So this is that 0 ohm that they had here, which is just a wire. Wait, it's coming over to here. Wait, is that right? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. Pin 3 is here. Let me tone this out. Pin 3 is here. Pin 3. I just can't tell. Let me get the other board. Yeah, I mean, I understand a data sheet will say one thing, but the board view is saying that the pin doesn't go anywhere. So it means it's just not used, which is fine. I don't care. If it doesn't want to be used, don't use it. So this is showing pin 3 going to these two pads right here. It goes to this little dimple here, right? Okay, and then it goes to here. So it's going to here and to here. That's tied across as like open or floating. So this isn't connected at all. Wait a minute. Okay, that's 0. That's 0. Goes to here, goes to here, goes to here, and then goes into a via. So that's different than what the board view is saying. This might be a different board view. Let me see if I can find a different one. I don't think this is the right one. This must be a different layout. What do you think? It looks different. This is a 213-259 board. This is a 213-194 board. So the board view is wrong. 213-194, and I don't have that board, of course. Okay. Let's try M18. Let's see what other ones I have. Got that one, and then there's a 16 I have, which is the same board. Let's see. This one I think. Okay, this is right. So it goes to this thing, goes here, this pad, and then that goes to ground still. Is that ground? Yeah, that's ground. So it's still being pulled to ground, from what all I can tell. Or it's just not populated. I don't know. I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm going in circles. And that would make sense why it's kind of a floating pin and you'll have different stuff inside of it. Okay. The 0 ohm's literally a trace. They do that a lot. You know, they'll make it 0 ohm. Okay, so at this point I'm going to ignore that. I'm just going to replace this 2 ohm resistor and trust that this is that pin's not being used. That way we can get on with this. We're already at 2 hours. Oh my gosh, 2 hours. Flies by fast. But yeah, I've seen tons of that where the 2 ohms is actually just or the 0 ohm is literally just a trace. We're going to take this blown guy off of here. Take the resistor out of the circuit to test. 2 ohm and pray. It's pretty funny. No, step by step. Continue replacing the resistors. We haven't even replaced the LCD or the connector yet. It's another whole process. Okay. Oh no, I lost it. I lost it. Do you see it? Where is it? Where's Waldo? Attention, where's Waldo? You got to find that 2 ohm resistor I just dropped somewhere. Anybody? Anybody? It's gone forever. To the 9th dimension. Okay. Grab another one. It went down the hole. What's the vortex? That is the actual 9th dimension hole. Okay. Teleported. That's a wormhole. Resistor wormhole. No. Come on. Okay. Got that. Now we can make sure that we have 0 or 2 ohms across the pin 1 and 2. Le pin, le 1 and 2. And we got our 2. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Now what? The flux challenge. I want to let's turn it on when we're going thermal at the same time, right? I want to clean up my desk just a little bit, just a wee bit, because it's making me crazy. You're making me crazy whenever I have all this stuff on here. Get all this stuff put away. I want to come back and hunt for a short. You can hunt for that resistor. Okay, almost there. Other resistors on the ISL? Yeah, we've already went through a measurement, but you want me to go through them again? We could do it, just in case. Just to follow our whole process here. All right, so we have this 100 was good. This 10 was good. And this 4.7 was good. Okay. Now we'll get in here a little closer. And we got whatever this guy is. He's a nice round number, 200 ohms. This one is going up. 137K is what we're getting on that guy. Now I don't know what the value is supposed to be. When you're in circuit like this, it's kind of hard to measure, but you're looking for something that's kind of a round number is kind of what I usually look for. So 75K on that one. And did we check this one over here? I think this one was kind of 600 or something like that. Yeah, 600, 680K or 680 ohms. Is the board still hot? Just a little bit. Board's still a little bit hot. Yeah, so all that looks fine to me. Anything else you want me to check there, lad? That's sus. So FID, the FID in on the schematic. Wait, say that again there, lad. I'm confused on what you're asking me or telling me. Oh, I'm confused. I don't want to be confused. In a world where the board repair becomes common, resistance is futile. Pretty sure you launched the resistor with that rocket speed on off the table, probably. Okay, so high of ohms. So you're talking about the one that just kept going up? This one? Was it this one? So that one's steady. This is the one that just kept going up. Like filling up capacitors, so it could be kind of floaty. All right, so let's just check to see what the value is on that. That one is on pin 2. It's on this one. And it's this first one that's populated. So 200K is what's saying there. And we're measuring it up to 130 something K with it filling up capacitors. So that seems okay to me. Otherwise it would be too high, right? Use the force. Check the transistors. I'm not checking out transistors right this second. Yeah, everything else looks okay to me. I'm okay with trying to turn it on at least to see what's going on. And so let's go ahead and get under the thermal camera. And I'm going to do a split view, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. That way we can have the chip in the view. Let's see if the thermal camera will point right. So power management chip is right here. Okay. These are all reflections that you're looking at, or it's the hotness under my table. The hotness. All right, so I'm going to plug it in. We should start getting some current. I'll turn on the power meter here. We'll reset this spike meter. And I'm only using a 240 watt charger, so that's kind of limiting a little bit. I don't know why it's having such a bouncy current here? Let me reset the connection. Why is it so bouncy? What's going on here? I don't know what, there's some phantom current being used in my system somehow. I don't know. Anyway, all right, I'm going to plug it in. You ready? Is everyone ready? Release the magic smoke. Only 240 watts? Yeah, I could plug in like a 65 watt if you wanted me to, but it won't even turn on then. This is a problem. This thing needs a 240 watt in order to turn on. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Get ready for explosions. And it's powering on. We got 0.8. We should go up to 60 watts if we're really going through a posting process, but here's where the power management chip is, and I'm not seeing any major heat. And then our CPU and GPU should not be coming on yet because we actually, well, the GPU's on. Or it's warm. The VRAM's on. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to, I smelled something though. I started smelling burning. Okay, hold on. Where was the smoke coming from? I think it was probably the DC jack, I bet. When I was like moving it, I bet we were not getting a good enough connection in there. It was like, not like a per se like a really bad burning. It was like almost like a, I don't know, electrical smell a little bit. So let's try this again. See if I can isolate where the smell's coming from. Yeah, ozone, that's kind of what it was. But it was only when I was moving the board. So I think it was probably arcing and sparking. Okay, I don't see anything obvious there. Okay, so let me plug in a stick of RAM, and then we should get a full 60 watts of power booting into it. And if we got that, then I'm not going to move it when we're doing this, though, because we got to replace that connector. But I just want to see that it actually jumped up to 60 watts. Okay, the jack's plugged in the best I can do. All right, you ready? So this is still warm, it's not plugged in yet. So we should get the CPU coming on first and then the GPU, and you should see all the VRAM light up and all that type of stuff and all the... Okay, but I'm not gonna move it. 3, 2, 1. 60 watts, please. 16 watts, still not going past that. Now the question is our PSID circuit bad? And look, you can actually see that all the VRAM is on. So the GPU is definitely coming on, but the CPU is not. That's strange. The stick of RAM is gold. So why are we not getting that? So I could see that happening if we have a PSID issue still. So we're gonna have to go and look at our PSID circuit and make sure we don't have any blown or burnt components on that. So our PSID is going to be the communication line on the charger, and that's going to come through this area, I believe, or this area. I can't remember where it is exactly. I feel like it's, I think that's the diode right there. That's the protection diode. I can't measure it. Can't get underneath it good enough. Oh, there we go. Well, that way was fine, and that way's nothing. So the protection diode's fine. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to do a physical inspection here. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real quick, actually, which I never generally have to do, but I think I'm drinking too much coffee and stuff. I'll be right back, right? I'll be right You guys still there? Oh, all right, we're good. Did I turn off the mic? Hopefully I did. All right, so I think we're good to go. I feel much better now. Whew. And more coffee. The audio was good. The audio was good. All right, so I'm just, while I was, you know, in the bathroom, I was thinking about what would cause that. And what I want to do actually is I'm going to plug in this donor board just to show you what it does, which I think should be fully intact. Should function. I just want to show you with the current that's being drawn there with no RAM in there and then with RAM installed. And then you can kind of see what we're trying to get to, right? So this is with no RAM installed. And then we have our CPU and GPU. Plug it in. Oh, maybe this is a bad board. Look at that. This looks like it has a shorted chipset. That chipset's hot in that one little corner. All right, well, I take this back. I thought this was a good board. It says power's on. My note says power's on, but gives a 2.7 error. That's what my note says, but all right, well, never mind. I take that back. Take that back. Maybe I stole parts off of this one. Okay, well, I'm usually a little bit better at that. Ice accidentally streamed. All right, so what do we need to do? Do we need to figure out if we're getting our PSID pin? Let me clean off this liquid metal so I don't get it everywhere, because I have to flip the board over and over again, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then we'll do a physical inspection. That was the other thing you guys wanted. Physical inspection. And then PSID. What else could it be that's causing this, the CPU not to start? Do we think that the missing power good signal? Okay. Now, let's see. We can check that. Yeah, we'll look at. I didn't actually check all the pins on there. You're right. We maybe don't even have the VDD for all I know. So we should check that actually. Let's do that. Replace the charging port. This is my charging port that I'm using. Oh, the whole port on the board. Yes, we need to change the whole port on the board, and that might have something to do with it where it doesn't get enough current. But I feel like, yeah. Okay, those are all good ideas. So I'm going to start with just plugging this in and seeing if we do have our 20 volts and our 5 volts and our VDD and our AC detect, AC OK, all that stuff. All right, we've got it plugged in. 16 watts, just like I was doing a second ago. We're going to go in voltage mode. And I'm going to measure pin 20, which it goes right here. So we have our 19 volts going in. And then the second pin here, it looks like it's VDD. So we got our 5.1 volts that are going to power all the other chips on the board. And then we have, oh wait, hey, it's at 65 watts. Did you see that? Thank you guys. Whew, what happened? Maybe I just needed to give it a little more time? It's weird. Okay, let's go back again. Plug it in. Yeah, because I was kind of confused that it wasn't working, so 17 watts. Okay, there it is. I just didn't give it enough time, I guess. It's interesting. Is it RAM training? I don't know, but maybe it was because there was no RAM in there the first time it turned on, and then next time it was like, okay, maybe it's still liquid metal. I was wiping off the chips. All right, now that we know it's turning on, now I want to change out that port, but I still need to continue cleaning this off. Okay, so we're, I feel much better now, because I was like, it doesn't make sense what it's doing. I was like kind of confused. I'm like, it should be working. So now it seems like it's actually going to power on, but we have to figure out. I've never changed these ports out, so we got to figure that out, and I'm going to have to get a port from something, right? So we're going to have to take it off a donor board. So we get to remove one, but we have to remove it pretty, And then we have to take the other one off, and we can raw dog that one off of there if we want. Got so much liquid metal, man. Who loves liquid metal? Who loves it? Who buys this stuff to install on their machines? -37°C in the shadows. Where's that at? 38 is that right? 40 is 104, so 38 is 100. It's hot. We haven't gotten to 100 this year yet, but we will. We usually have quite a bit. I think our record was like 99 100-degree days or something like that, or over 100 degrees. My heatsink is bent and worked better than PTM. So you're saying the PTM did not work? Is that right? Nate dogging. Nate dog, raw dogging. All right, so any of these extra little balls I just suck up with a syringe because it's easier. Okay. Yeah, very satisfying sucking up liquid metal with this syringe, I can tell you that. And then shooting it into the trash can immediately. Getting rid of it. Disposing of it. Okay, I think we're good. 95% humidity. Well, that's tough. If you have 95% humidity, that's definitely hot. Did I tell you how much I don't like cleaning this stuff? All right, we're good. We're safe. All right, so let's figure out how to replace this thing now. All right, does it have through holes? It's not through holes, so it's surface mount. It's not through hole. So we need to replace this port here. And let's just see if low melt solder will take it off. What do you think about that? Let's see. You hate all types of LLM. That's a fun one. That's a fun shirt. I hate all LLMs. Literally. All right, yeah, it looks like it's just a surface mount. And is it glued on these corners or what? It's like glue? Yeah, it looks like there's glue or something. I don't know. Interesting. All right, so we're gonna first put regular leaded solder on there, and then we're gonna flood it with low melt, and then I guess hot air to take off the ends. I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on those end pieces. They look like it's like epoxy or something. And I'm not really surprised, but LLM disposal team, alien carrying a solder sucker. Oh, we can put that on a t-shirt. The aliens disposal team. Now, technically, I could just take this port off with hot air because it's already destroyed, but what we have to do is kind of practice taking this port off in a good way, because we got to take one off a different board if you're transplanting. Now, I don't have any brand new ports. That would be nice if I did. I've never had to change one of these ports out before. So, wow, this thing has a lot. Takes a lot. Yeah, I always start, if I'm going to do low melt, I always start with the leaded solder first, and then I'll add low melt to that. Because it's hard to get the low melt to actually stick to this other stuff. Okay, I think what's going on here is the board's not warm enough, so let me warm the board up. There's a big ground plane on here. So we'll do a combination of things there. There we go. I'm kind of glad there's not a bunch of components on this side. Yeah. Now these edges, I have no idea how they're attached. All right. Low melt to the rescue. Low melt to the rescue. So these are just these low melt sticks right here, and the board should already be hot, and I can probably just touch it. That's how low melt works. Like, I don't even need to heat it up. The board's already hot. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? The stuff is also almost like liquid metal because it gets everywhere. So if there's any heat, so use it sparingly. All right, so now we're going to just try to work it in. And what temperature am I? I'm at 400 degrees C, probably like 40% air, so nothing too strong. I'm trying to keep this intact because I want to see how I can get the other one off. So it's just an experiment. I have no idea what I'm doing. Come on. So these edges feel really strong. These pins are getting loose, but the edges are still epoxied. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about these edges here. It looks like liquid metal, doesn't it? So all that's loose now, but our edges are not loose. I gotta figure out, I'm gonna start prying, I guess. Well, I totally melted this, so we need to be very careful. See, I melted the whole bottom of this already. So the top seems a lot stronger, but this bottom part, I guess I melted that already. So we need to be very careful getting the other one off. That's why you have to test with the other one you're getting off. It's like glue or something, but there must be solder underneath here, like a solder mounting plate. So we're just going to have the board nice and hot. I don't want to brute force anything. Well, it's going to be hard to get one of these off intact. Tell already. It's not moving at all. There's no way to get low melt solder underneath the edge here. A hot plate, yeah, because you almost need to preheat the board. That's what I'm having an issue with. We need to have the whole board hot. I'm trying to heat this area to see if it will actually heat up the solder underneath this. Get this glue out of here. Okay, so the glue is only on the back, so it is definitely soldered on the bottom. Grinder time, 10 minutes, let it cook, and then pull it off, huh? How am I going to get one off intact without ruining it? That's the question. I might be better off ordering one. I wonder if we have a name. Here, let's just see if we can order one of these. If we can order a new one, it'll be a lot easier, and we can just raw dog this thing right off of here, and it'll come right off easy. So sometimes we can actually get a part number out of the schematic here. So let's just see if we can do that. So it's going to be this connector here. So it says it's this connector. So let's search on the internet. Let's see what AI says. I'm a board level repair tech. I'm working on the Alienware M18R1. This is actually the power jack inlet that's on the board view. Can you help me find the right replacement jack? Stupid AI. There's an LM doing some stupid stuff. Okay, let's see. So there we go. They're still calling it this number right here. Let's see if I can do that. I'm gonna have to set it on a heater is what I'm gonna have to do if we're gonna do it like this. Okay, schematic confirms that the internal manufacturer code, blah, 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 laptop net, or blah, blah, blah. Okay, configure pin. I need to order one of these. Where can I order it? Get a donor board. Does AliExpress actually have it? Looks like the matching 28-pin socket is this, is what what the AI is saying. I don't know about that. It's an idiot. AI is an idiot, I tell you. Okay, that's why we are doing what we're doing, right? Okay, we'll just keep on going. What if you pulled, what if AI pulled you on a YouTube search and the part number you were looking for? What if it pulled me onto our stream? That'd be funny. Right now, there's a stream happening that they're talking about that part number currently. It's like a loop. Okay, you just did a search and it recommended it. It didn't recommend parts to people? I'm surprised it didn't recommend me because I didn't have the part number on there. All right, so I'm going to up the heat and we're just going to get this thing off completely, and then that way I can kind of figure out exactly how it's mounted because I don't really know how it's mounted. And I'm going to be careful with these other components here. Put a shield on here. Let's see, I have more shields. Put a shield over here too. Shields up. Okay. So let's get this guy off for real. For realas. I still have flux on there. I don't know if I need any more right this second, but there's still a bunch in there. See? So the main thing is I need to get the board up to temperature. It said 28 pins. Where are the 14 pins? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You're right. That's how smart AI is. What was it? Was the numbering 28 pins though? Or the number I gave it? I have no idea. I didn't even read it. You could solder using the Soren's method without the connector. Wait, so what do you do? Directly without the connectors. So you're doing underneath or something, right? You posted a picture on Dell Discord. Okay, let's see what Lud posted over there. Oh. I took the key. Oh, look, parts people. I didn't even realize that. Look at that. That's funny. They put parts people on there. Oh, goodness. AI loves me. AI loves me. AI is that dumb. It's like you can tell AI anything. You can write it on a page and then it will say it's as fact. So you can literally just write up anything you want. This thing ain't moving, man. Do you think there's through holes on it? On the sides? That's why I want to get this off so I know what's going on here. I mean, I have a lot of heat going on here, guys. Alright, I may be pulling this apart here. There we go. Now we're starting to move. How do they expect me to get the old one off? I mean, the new one off. Oh, okay. So there is no mount underneath. Okay. So it actually just goes all the way across underneath here. Now we know what we're cooking with. That's why we're doing this. Okay. We only need half of this replaced, right? Okay, so it was only... So it's not mounting on the edge at all. It's actually going all the way across on all of these. Oh, did y'all change the camera for me? Sorry. Of course, I probably didn't press the button. Okay. Alright, so let's get all this cleaned up here. Ooh, my desk is a bubbly mess. It got too hot. I put a heat sink on it. Sorry, it started swelling up. My pad got too hot. It started swelling up. All right, so now you have extra pieces of the jack I can send back with your other jack, and then they'll be really jacked. Bro, disconnect the small nozzle. You want the big nozzle on it? I can put a fat nozzle on it. Yeah, that might help. You might be right. I don't want to use the no nozzle method. I just want to use the other nozzle, but let's see. I got a bigger fatty. Put a fatty nozzle on it. Oh, put mask in the middle of the pad. I can put a shield on top of the plastic, maybe. Go from the other side. It is a donor board, so I can go from the underside. Now I could put it on a preheater. That might be smarter. We'll just put it on a preheater. Let's do that. Send it on a vacation. Bro, what are you doing, bro? I like it when people say it like that, where like, you're an idiot. They're like, probably an idiot. It's all right with me. So now I gotta wick up all this stuff. Look, it's still probably, no, it's hard. I was thinking it was still gonna be melted. So we got to clean this. We're going to make this ready to go for our brand new jack. So black horse solder wick. Stay on top. So I'm thinking my game plan, I think I just want to put it on a preheater. That way I can crank it up and not worry about I want to get the board up to a certain temperature, and then I can just add some heat from the top. Personally, that's what I think. So an AES connector, 28 gram 1P is an internal part, or it's OEM. That's, yep, probably. Yeah, a lot of these connectors, even the latches for like the keyboards and things like that, or cables, I can't find them. So I always have to just steal them off the donor board, so it's really frustrating. Okay, so now we know what the bottom of this looks like. I didn't know this was what it looked like. I feel like I should have known that at some point. We can use hot glue on one side, and that will help it. Oh, so I guess that's what they did, is they basically used glue. They tacked the two corners right here with glue, and then they heated the whole thing and melted it in place. Okay. Except it's not. 28 pin variant. Dell is the pure annoying. Oh. Maybe they're calling it 28 pins because it's top and bottom? Is it top and bottom? No, it's only top. No, it's just, so that's the way it mounts to the bottom of the board. Okay. All right, let's get the preheater going. I'm gonna throw a donor board on there, and we're just gonna cook the heck out of it. And we'll use a bigger nozzle like that guy suggested, because I'm an idiot, man. We need to use a brand new connector. Brand new would be nice. Do you know where to find a brand new connector? Tell me right now, I'll go buy it right this second. Give me a link. 14 and 14, that's what it is. 14 plus 14 equals 28. Good mathing. I gotta clean this off. It's making me freak out. So do you want me to save these pieces for you? I can. As evidence. I'll save your chip for you. I'll send it back to you. Fine chip. Oxyacetone. Will that eat away the solder? Eat away the plastic. We are all idiots. You idiot, Stimpy! Don't whiz on the electric fence by Blammo. Okay, so let's grab our donor board. I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use a different one. I'm going to use one that already has a bunch of stolen parts off of it. That's gone rogue. Okay, this one looks like a good candidate. Ooh, this one has a connector that looks suspicious. Ooh, no likey. This one's all burned up too. What in the wide world of sports? Yeah, this one's the opposite of brand new. I think this one's going to be a no bueno. Yeah, you can see it's all burned there too. Okay, let's find you another one. Let's find you another one. Luckily, I have a plethora. A plethora. Okay. Brand new 28 pin, 2 soldered pads on the board on each side. So that's their mathing. All right, this port looks brand new. Look at this. It's immaculate. Probably won't look like this by the time we get it off, but oh wait. Are we okay with this? Oh, it has a broken edge on it. Can we handle that? I'm running out of choices. That's not going to hurt anything. Okay. Let me look at one more and see if I can find one, but I don't think it matters. Let's do it the Soren way. Okay, so tell me the Soren way again. Soren way is just heating from the bottom, I thought, right? Come with the power supply. You always come with the power supply when you do Soren ways, right? All right, here's my last one. My last choice. All right, so here's my last one. Beautiful. Beautiful. Brand new. It even has the mark on it still from whenever they checked it to make sure everything was plugged into everything. So that's from the factory they do that. Oh, I can see my microscope's like laggy. Here, let me reboot the microscope camera real quick. All right. Is that smoother? A little bit smoother. Okay. All right. We are going to melt. Plastic melts at 260 C. ABS does at least. 260 C. Okay, so Soren's way is cutting wires and soldering onto the board. Oh, right. You're right. We don't even need to do anything. Okay, so his DC jack is just fine. What? We don't need to replace it. So all we do is cut all these wires, and then we'll just solder it on. It's better. It's better. It's better than factory. Right? So we just cut all those and then solder it directly to all the... That you're right. That is exactly his method. He's like, it's called a bush mechanic. That's what that is. So if you can actually fix something in the field, so I mean, I would 100% do that if I had to do that. If that's my only choice, I will do it. Okay, where am I? I need a preheater. Give me a preheater. What we got? Here's a preheater. Soren the bush mechanic. It's a bush fix, yeah. Because when you don't have the tools, man, you just got to do whatever you can do. Guerrilla style, is that? Happy customer. And then there's what, less parts, less problems, or something like that. Okay. Add low melt from the back to the front. Yeah, so I'm going to preheat the board and we'll have low melt on there. The low melt needs to get down into the underneath, but there's nothing we can do to do that. So we just basically have to heat the board up. So low melt's not going to help that much in this situation. We just need to have the board hot. Mucho caliente. Needs to be very hot. All right, so I'm going to crank this thing to like 400 degrees, which means the board will get to like 200 maybe. And remove the glue first. As it heats up, we'll remove the glue, but yeah, we'll get in there. We'll get in there. Who thinks I'm actually going to get it off and it looks pretty? So take a look at, admire how good it looks right now. And if we can get that connector off and it still looks brand new, you guys are going to be excited. It's going to be so exciting. So the hard part is like getting this microscope lined up where I can actually see what's going on, because I have to put it at like an angle in order for it to be in focus. Otherwise I can't get it high enough. So that's a weird focus, but I think it might work. It's still not all the way in focus. Let's see if I can shove this thing up. Oh my God. Okay, how's that? Does that look weird? Look okay? Scruff. Just preheat it in the microwave. That's one way of doing it. Hello there, Harry. How are you doing? Function, not form. It is a good way of doing something. Yes, he failed for the reason factory isn't always good. It's going to be tricky. We can't get it too hot. Well, luckily it's a, you know what I just thought of? Darn it. So how are we going to solder it underneath? So we're going to have the board hot again. How are we going to solder underneath the connector? We're going to preheat the board again, and with the connector in place with solder paste. And oh man, why are we doing this? Because we're doing it for science, I tell you. This is no bueno. Okay, so we have the little pieces of glue here in the corners. So this will need to be taken off here, and that will need to be taken off. And then this is the only part that's exposed. Underneath here is going to be a bunch of other traces that we can't access the actual solder that's there. So we can only add solder to these areas. And so our main thing is to try to get this heated up to be able to take it off. Look, I've stolen this fan connector. So it's out of my way. What about this connector? Should I worry about that one? It's like USB-C double row. Yeah, USB-C double row, I will pre-tin it, and so I'll have like a bulge, and then I heat the board up enough and then set it down. So yeah, I guess it is like that, but I can't. I don't want to melt the connector. It's always for science, that's true. Hey, Nate and company, let's start. You're having a late start because you had to do some yard work. Well, good job. You got all this stuff. Work before play. Work before play. Paul, thanks for the Coolest Fans Club. Welcome. Welcome to the Coolest Fans. Just subbed. Preheater, maybe too slow for low melt solder to release. I'm just using this to kind of bring it up. We can actually look and see what temperature we're at now. But so that's at 78. Let's see. The board is at, trying to cover up everything here. The board's at 160. No, that's not right. It's not that hot yet. Here, I will help it heat up. So we're doing shoot, I don't want to do too hot. Let's do 350, 360. 360 from a distance to help heat it up here. 180 solder is what I'm going to have to put on there, but this solder that's on here is 220 solder, 230, whatever it takes, 220, 221 solder. So 183 solder is what I'm going to be putting on here, but I'm only going to be able to put it on the pins that are exposed. And so that's the problem, because underneath here, there's solder that I can't access. So we can get this glue off of here. Alright, so I'm just going to kind of keep heating this here. I was showing the heat through the hole even. Yeah, I know. There's a hole right here, right there, and then there's the actual grate down there. So if I put on a thermal camera, you can see the heat through the hole right there. So if I cover this up to try to figure out what temperature the board is, we still have it going through 195. Guess my hand is hurting. This is hot, people. $191, $184. I don't know what temperature it is. It's hot, whatever it is. It's just not hot enough. So I haven't put the low melt on here yet, or even 183 solder, but I just want to see if this starts to melt at all. Because if I put my solder on here, then I'm going to be able to see it looking like it's melted, but if I can actually see this solder melting, then I know that the solder underneath could potentially start melting. Start at the corners. The corner's starting to melt, is it? Oh yeah, look at that. We got that melting already. It's good. Me like. Storms posted the AliExpress part number on Discord. What? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Is this it? Well, that's the jack itself. What? What? Now, it is an AliExpress special, so it's probably not OEM, right? So here's the jack itself, but here's the connector for the board. Look at that. Look at that. Now it's white. Is it regulation? I don't know. But it might be something interesting to order. I don't know. Is that the connector? Yeah, so I can order that for $3 with $5 shipping. So $8 plus tax, probably $10. But do you want a regulation one? It looks like the one though. Good job. Good job. Well played. It's after Mucket. All right, so I haven't added any solder to this because I want to see this melting. So we got that melting, that's melting. Now, is this whole pin moving? If I can get that whole pin moving, then I start feeling a little more confident. Look at that. Is it coming? It's coming, people. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's alive. Boy, that's all I'm talking about. Preheater for the win. Well, that was like butter. That was like butter. That was easy. Beautiful. That was beautiful. All right, so we will have to pre-tin all these pads across on the new board, I mean on his board, and then we'll set that in place, and then we'll just, shoot, we'll just do what we just did. So did I win that? Oh no. I moved it over, it soldered itself to the board right here. Wait a minute, what am I hooked to? How did I solder itself? No, I just set it down right there. And watch me break it trying to get it off of here. Why are you stuck here? There we go. Okay, it was just flux or something. I didn't even put flux on this thing. So I did no flux and no low melt solder, no nothing. Because if I had the low melt solder there, then I wouldn't know if it was hot enough. If I had the flux there, it starts making a mess. Nate for the win. Thank you there, Semper. Semper. Okay. So, and look, I didn't even take off the cover on this donor board, and it barely melted all this plastic here. So that's pretty good. All right, so we're gonna go back to his board, and we're gonna have to figure out how we wanna do this. So I'm gonna take your protectors off. Because he has these covers on here, and the connector's on this side. So I need to take the cover off of this side. It didn't melt it that bad on his, but I mean on that donor board, but I'm just gonna take this off anyway. That was crazy. That was like too easy. I need something harder now. Flex doesn't help with desoldering ever. That's what I've been told. But it does make the solder flow very nicely. No melted, I didn't even melt the plastic. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's glorious. You know what I can do is I can harvest these and sell OEM ones on AliExpress. Boom. I could be a supplier for it, and AI will be correct in telling me that I'm selling real stuff. That's what I'll do is I'll just hire someone to just take all the parts off of a real board and just sell all OEM parts off of a board. That's all they do all day, just take off parts and sell them. Okay. I think I can leave the rest of this stuff on here. Let me see how bad this other one melted. So the one, yeah, it didn't look like it melted. Okay, so we're gonna set it in there like that, in that exact spot like we did before. And while that's heating up, crank it, send it. You will be 100% new test. All right, so Preheat it, baby. Do both pads of each pen have to be soldered? Good question. I don't know. I'm making this up as I go along. I know the underside pads need to be soldered, but yeah, you're right. So the question is, do we put solder all the way across this whole thing? Right? Or do we put solder only on these pads and then we solder these later? I feel like if we're getting it up to temperature, we might as well just do the whole thing, right? And it's also going to be 183C solder. Ooh, because that's what I'm using. So we actually will be even better. It's going to be even better than I ever thought. This installation is going to be so legit. Pretend both sides. Oh, and I probably should pretend that the sides on the actual jack itself, huh? So we're going to put some nice solder here. Like that. This is a tight fit because my microscope's so high here. Okay. Is that good? Maybe that one. Does everything look flooded enough? Okay. Okay, now what? Now what? So this one already is 10, so I'm not super worried about doing that, but maybe we could just kind of go through each one of those. I don't want to melt these too much, though. Like Led said. What did Led say? All the pads need to be soldered for the current flow. Well, they definitely need to be soldered, but what do we pre-solder now or not? That's what I was asking. That's what we're talking about. Okay. Okay. No, I don't know. Am I going to break this jack by doing this? No, don't you ruin the jack. Just going to try to put some nice stuff on here. Oh, this is getting hot on my hands. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wrong size tip. What size tip do you use on your soldering iron? 245, or 210, or 115? You're asking me precise information that I have no answer to. Because I'm using a Metcal. I don't know. What is my tip? I have no idea. It's one of these tips. Let me tell you what tip I have. I have one not installed. I think it's this one. This is my tip I use. So what does it say on it? It's a 144 or something. But I don't know. I don't pay attention. Whatever works. I use whatever works. You know, whatever it takes. 245. What's a 245? Are you talking about for temp, or what are we talking about? Not for temp. 245. The size? Pitch? Whatever it takes is what I use. What if I install this backwards? Would you guys get really mad at me? So the question is, I feel like I should probably heat this until I see the solder start melting, and then I'll set this thing down on here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think there's a secret trade. Let's see. No, Nate, it's not the tip. The 245 sequence. What are you guys talking about? Probably between 210 and 245. It's a Metcal. Yeah, I know. It's either 220 or 221. It's always the answer. That's why it's whatever it takes. Why would you install it backwards? Because it would be an accident. Solder tips in place to heat the board. Okay, so I'm going to just start heating this. And my hot air is not hot enough to melt these other components, so I'm not worried about that. Lots of Kapton tape. Yes, backwards, and then swap the voltages. At least a little bit of Kapton tape, bro. Okay, so people are freaking out. They're totally losing their lids, man. Hugo's 220.75. Not quite 221. Okay. All right, so no one lose their lid over this, so we'll put a piece of Kapton here. This is my fatty 2 mil Kapton. That's like, this roll costs like 80 bucks or something crazy. No, I think it's like 20 bucks for this roll, and then 80 bucks for my big roll. They love Kapton tape. They're just proud of that stuff. So when you buy the 2 millimeter, which is extra thick, like I like it extra thick. The LED connector looks melted. No, it ain't melted. Don't worry about that. What you're seeing is an optical illusion. There is no melting going on anywhere. We had a metal shield over it. So, is this already melting? Look at that. That's already melting. Okay, look at that. Boy. Nice. Okay, so now we're going to install this. I don't know. I don't have a good angle here. Let's get my hand in here without burning it. Of course, it's like pivoting on something in the middle. Okay, looks good. Looking good, Billy Ray. Okay, so let's come from the top here so it doesn't blow away. Hopefully that's straight enough. Good enough club. It's almost there. Almost there. We see it's moving down. It's a little crooked, I feel like. It's a little crooked, but I was like, do I want to adjust it? I don't know. You okay with a little feng shui with it? Okay, cool. You can handle a little bit of a angle. Look at that. That was it. Oh, are you kidding me? All right, so now we can say that we've done that. All of us have done that. We've all done it. So now you know how to do it. That was it. I'm going to move this off of here without burning my hand. Okay, let me move all this stuff out of the way. That was pretty cool. Only 3 hours of work. For every hour, I make less money. I can tell you that, because that's a flat rate labor charge. So that's how that works, but we got to do it right. We don't even know if this thing even works. We're going to use the whole day fixing your computer. All right. Actually, this board's pretty hot. I'm going to let it cool for a second. 3 hours for pro level work. No melty of the plastic either. Let's look underneath here. Yeah, that all looks nice. Looks factory. I'm going to let it cool a little bit before I start scrubbing on it, because I don't want to get rapid cool it down. Money, it's all for science. What about money? Just like landings. Lord, don't mess this up. We're gonna make this one. Ah! Okay, so you're proud of me. I'm actually proud of myself too, because this wasn't something that I've done before. And it's Sunday Science Sunday. Whew. Didn't even think of that. That's a very expensive board though. Yeah, so $2,500 board. So if you're just joining, this is an i9 14900HX with a RTX 4090 GPU in it. And so this motherboard, to replace this motherboard, my price from Dell, brand new boards, $2,500. It was like 24 or something. Yep. So that's crazy, because you can buy a whole refurbished machine on Dell's site. I think that, well, they have the R2 version. Oh, this is the R1, so maybe it's not that high. This is not a 14. This would be a 13900HX then. Yeah. So if this is the R1, then it's a 13900HX with the 4090. So it's probably still $2,200 or something like that. Nate Nye, this solder guy. Nate. It's a Bill Nye thing. Yeah, I like me some Bill Nye. Used to watch Bill Nye back in the day. Ouch. So, but you can buy a whole machine. So a lot of times, if we've ever had to kind of replace a machine or replace a motherboard on some of these really high-end machines, and I don't have the board, I just buy a whole laptop is what I do. Is I just go buy a whole laptop, and then that's what we'll use as our replacement. So yeah, well, maybe we'll pay $2,200 for the whole machine, and then we can sell the board for $2,200 to get the money back, and then we'll have parts to make the rest of it kind of worth our while there. So plus we have to warranty it. That's the only problem with that, right? So we warranty it for a year at the end of that. So you're like, okay, now it's working, and we installed a board that we don't have a warranty on, and then we have a year warranty on it. So there's the other parts of that. White Noise just gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you for that. Who got a gift? So the 50 plug got a commercial-free entertainment for the next 30 days. You had one lesson for $13.50. That not in stock. So I did have them. That's why because I get things in on Dell loads, and so I had some in, and I sold them for $13.50. Too cheap. So I had gotten a pretty good price on them. So I just sell them for, whenever I get a good deal on something, I just don't price gouge on it. But the moment I put them in stock, they all sold out. So I think I only got like 2 or something, but it wasn't a bunch of them. So this next load, I bid on a bunch of these from Dell with these 4080s and 4090s. So I do have some of these coming in, but they'll probably, whenever I bid on something and I win the contract, it usually takes a couple months to get. Like right now, this load that I'm getting in, that is so much stuff. It just got delivered, or it's getting delivered this week. I don't know. And I bid on it 3 months ago. 5 months, Hank. 5 months. Coolest fan. Thank you. You guys are so supportive. Is it because we do stuff for science, for fun? $1,500. You found one for $1,500? That seems like a good price for $40.90. And then Ink just sent 5 gifted subs. You little stinker. Thank you so much. We got 5 gifted subs coming in, or on YouTube. So it looks like Sil, Meta, MK, Lank, and who else? Saint, whatever, I can't say it. I have a hard time saying some of these names, man. Go Ink, that's awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm not going to PTM this. That's not the way I do it right this second. We're just going to do it for testing purposes, and because otherwise we waste PTM if we have issues and have to take it back off. So I'm just putting on thermal compound, and then we'll do the PTM later. So we want to see, is there anything else we need to do? We didn't do visual inspection. Did you know that? We didn't do a visual inspection. I'm just going to look around the board real quick so I don't like freak out later and be like, hey, we forgot this, we missed this thing. Of course, PTM is the final finale of assembly. What the hell? This knob just came off of here. What is going on here? I'm losing my marbles, I tell you. Okay, so let's just do a quick gander around this top portion, and then we'll put the heatsink on. All right, so we have, this is the GPU portion here. This is going to be the backlight circuit. I don't see anything wrong there. Those are the VRMs for the GPU. Those are VRAM, the VRAM power supply. Looks like we still have partial pad right there. And we also want to look for any liquid metal drips in case there's some rogue liquid metal went awry. Here's our PWM controller for our CPUs. Power phases right there. I just got some Arctic Silver on there. All right, there's our Tron lights. That's actually, Circuit just gifted 5 subs. Thank you there, Circuit. Nice, nice. This is what controls all the Tron lights, which are the alien head and all that stuff. Those are 3 volt and 5 volt power rails, controlled by the 5X equals. There's our EC chip. There's our BIOS chip. And there's our power management chip that we fixed. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so I didn't see anything obvious. Did anyone see anything? Do I need to go back? Gallium is not magnetic. You guys who come up with these really fancy ideas of picking up the gallium, but it's not even, it doesn't work with solder wick. It doesn't work like solder. It doesn't work like a ferrule metal. So it's non-ferrule. It's not ferrid. Ferrid? It's not feral like an animal. It's non-ferrous. Come on, people. Correct me. Ferrous. Thank you. That's pretty funny. It's probably non-feral also, I bet, right? I guess it would be more feral than non-feral because it gets everywhere, right? It gets around. If liquid metal gets around, then it's feral. It's a tramp. He's a tramp. All right, let's see. I hate this heatsink because it's so huge and it's hard to know where the actual starter screws are. Non-ferrous. Non-ferrous Bueller. You got me on that one. Feral would be cat pee. Well, I thought feral cat would be like a cat that doesn't live anywhere or whatever, or it's a cat that's rogue or whatever. Is that right? Is that just me not knowing what I'm talking about? What's going on here? Rabid. Rabid, yeah, I guess that's another type. Non-Newtonian. Mechanics. Undomesticated. Okay, that works. Homeless cat. That's pretty easy. See, this is what happens when I'm in the screw mode, then we just start saying random crap. So just say random crap. We're talking all about feral cats or ferrous, non-ferrous metals and Ferris Bueller. It's all getting mixed together as one conversation. That's what she said, see? It's all together. Hello, random crap. I raised that. I second that that random crap. Okay, so maybe negative. We need to negatively charge the solder wick, and then we can positively charge the liquid metal, and then we can have it attract each other, right? Say no more. All right, so do we think this is going to power on? I think we already saw it powering on. Do we think it's going to get picture, work 100%, and we're done? No, we got a lot of, look at that no. Just no, yes, no, yes. Absolutely not. So Breaker Boy says no. No Fear says no. So meaning no, it's not going to work. Okay, so we got some people think it's not going to work. Okay. I feel like I did something successful. Is this going to plug in? Oh, that thing plugged in like it was brand new. All right, so your DC jack is good to go. Okay, LCD's plugged in. We don't necessarily need this plugged in, but I don't want it rattling around. So yeses, nos. We got a capital Y, yo. We got a nice. Chat's going so fast. I know it's lots of words. Lots of words. I guess we could put a poll up there if we wanted to. If we wanted to be fancy. Okay, got that. Okay. Oh, Dragon? I don't know if I told you. Dragon Balls? Are you there? Caw-caw. I made you mod, by the way. So, I forgot to tell you, though. So, congratulations to Dragon Balls. He is now one of our mods. Whether you wanted it or not, you got it. That's generally how it works. I just kind of like, you'll make a good mod. Send them over. Okay. So I'm just putting a few screws in here so we don't have an issue with it flipping out. Congrats! You got drafted without even knowing. I know, I put you to work without even knowing. All right, I forgot to put this daughter board on here, but where we're going, we don't need that daughter board. All right, everyone. Okay, should I plug in the battery? I'm going to plug the battery in. Battery. Can I get a replay? Can I get a replay? Did y'all see that? Yeah, smoke. I just plugged this in and I saw smoke. Over here. This is not even where we are working. I don't believe. All right, that's pretty strange. That's pretty strange. But we weren't even working in this area. I saw the smoke come out here, but it doesn't mean it's over here. Dude. How do we have this many problems? So I'm sure a replay will come up soon. But right as I plugged that in, I saw something come out of here and I smelled it. But it does make me happy that I didn't plug in the charger, because the charger would be a lot more. But although the charger worked, we already did this. We already plugged in the charger and it worked. Maybe the connector. It's not this connector's not having the issue because I didn't even plug that in. But when I plug that in, but I have seen, let me think. No smoke? No, there was smoke. CPU's gone? No, I don't think so. Okay, we got that unplugged. Everything's unplugged. I'm like, is it on the daughter board? Because that's the only thing that we've added. Nope. Our pen's burned up. Okay, so we have another issue, guys. Our pins that we created or that we installed have burned up again. and the resistor that we replaced burned up again. So probably the power management chip went out again. So that's when we plugged in the battery. So before we just plugged in the charger. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to plug in the charger. Well, let me just measure over here real quick. I just want to measure, make sure we don't have a short. But I'm going to plug the charger in instead. You're like, no, don't do it. But we got to figure out exactly what's going on here. So this is blown now. You can see it blown again. Is this one blown too? Nope. So that one blew again. So it re-blew itself out the same way as it did before. So battery charge controller. Let me check the input MOSFETs. We're going to have to take the heatsink back off. See, this is why we don't put PTM on, people. That's why we don't put PTM on. We would have ruined our PTM. I mean, theoretically, you could take it off and put it back on, but we just don't do that. We may have a shorted input MOSFET or a high side, low side MOSFET on the charge circuit or something like that. We can look at the schematic in a second. It's those pins are part of the current sensing, I think. What a pity. You guys were excited for me. I was excited. Now, if we would have just plugged in the charger, it probably would have worked. Is what I'm thinking or guessing. Let me check these. So these MOSFETs, let's just make sure we don't have a short on one of these MOSFETs. 70 ohms? That doesn't sound good to me. We got 70 ohms across this MOSFET. That's bad. And this one's okay. What about gate to drain? That's fine. So 70 ohms. Now it's either across this or could it be across anything else? I don't know. All right, so here's the chip we replaced. We put a new one of these on. When we opened it up originally, it had a whole burned area right here, right? We had to rebuild both of these traces, and we did. And then this resistor right here was blown, so we replaced that resistor, replaced this chip, rebuilt these pads. Now when we just plugged in the battery just now, it kind of burned this whole area up. These traces actually are still fine, so I think this probably blew before anything. So I think we may be okay, but this MOSFET right here is measuring 70 ohms from here to here. So one side goes to this pin, and the other side goes to, is that ground? Yeah, that's ground. And then this one, okay, so that makes sense. What do you think? This is the low side MOSFET. It's actually shorted 70 ohms to ground. It makes sense why it would burn something out. I'm going to take that MOSFET off of there before I start messing with this. I'm going to put a new one on. So the power management chip could be fried, it could not. We don't know. Hopefully it just blew this resistor back out and kind of prevented that from happening wherever it went. This resistor definitely is blown again. You can see the hole in it. And these traces that we just fixed are a little sussy now, but I think it's okay. Oh, look, it just desoldered itself. So that's actually a properly calibrated wire. So it properly calibrated itself to unsolder itself. We installed a fuse, is basically what that means. We installed a fuse. No traces, no fuses. No problem. All right, let me pull this MOSFET off. I want to see if the 70 ohms is still there when we're done. So this is, no, this doesn't make sense. Is this ground? This isn't ground. What am I looking at? That is ground. That's ground. Yeah, so this is ground. These three pins are ground. and we're measuring 70 ohms across it, or 60 ohms across it. So it means it's almost acting like a wire, 60 ohm wire. And then that's tying over here. So if when we plugged in the battery, it basically was sending voltage where it wasn't supposed to go. So, oh. All right, let me just pull that off. I just want to see if it goes away. Take them out back and probe them. Properly probing. We need to properly probe him. What caused the smoke? I think the smoke was from here, right in this area. I bet it was basically breaking that fuse and then burning out that resistor right there. Because that's where it smells. It doesn't smell anywhere else. I could smell burning right now. Light your burning smell candle, because it smells like burning right now. Just run traces to the chip itself. Okay, there we go. Got that off of there. So the question is, do we still have 70 ohms across here? If we do, then probably power management chip. A whole live stream, a single laptop? Yeah. Is the live stream going to be on tomorrow, right? Yeah, we were working on the same one the whole time. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? All right, we still have 70 ohms across this, so it's not the MOSFET itself. We have taken that thing out of there. Roll back the tape, you said. Okay, did you find it? Roll back the tape, and I didn't think I seated it properly, but when it applied the chip and pressed it down, I watched that connection pull right out. It came loose from... Wait, so... So, wait, he said, roll back the tape. I said, I didn't think that seated properly, but whenever I applied the chip, press down and watch that connection pull right off. Oh. So do you think that was already undone? And so then it gave a floating leg? Is that what you're saying? I didn't know. I didn't know. Here, let me see if somebody sent me this. Okay, so we got the picture of the smoke here. So you can see some smoke coming out from underneath here, right there. Oh my gosh. So, all right, I'm going to pull the power management chip off. What are we fixing today? We're not fixing something apparently. Okay, so I'm gonna say let's replace this chip again with our last whatever. We only have 20 minutes probably, so I'm gonna do whatever we can. Gosh, I'm pretty mad. What caused the char? Because originally this chip blew up right here. So let me pull this chip off. Let me see if I can get that to seat down properly. I'm gonna put. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah. This is what I'm gonna do. Okay. So I'm going to solder this connection as good as I can. Then I'm going to put solder mask over it to hold it in place. And then that will be all safe. And then I can take this chip off. And then I should be able just to put a new chip on. Capiche? All right, that's what I'm going to do. Good smoke. Did you flick the battery connector? Because I had only just plugged in the battery connector just really quickly. The board view showed 200K in parallel with the 83, but it didn't like the 83 on the board. Where was that? Which pins was that on? Okay, that whole thing just came off of there. Oh, this is a board that keeps giving. The gift that keeps giving. can't see anything. I cannot see what I'm doing, people. So that connection came off of there when I tried to solder it, so we're still going to have to go back to the drawing board and trying to connect that. All right, let me just take this chip off of here. I don't know. Yeah, we need the Northwich Fix anti-glare light. That's what we need. Well, put a 2-gauge wire. I mean, I have these little wires, so maybe I'll just try doing a wire. It's just hard. It's so small. Like, to be able to even get a soldering iron in there to solder it. Yeah, I'm just going to take this chip off, and we're going to figure it out. The whole thing looks sus. Oh, yeah. The whole thing looks sus. But this thing is worth so much money. Alright, let's do what we can do here. That 100 ohm resistor, I thought it should be 10. So this one is 100. You think it should be 10? You're right. Although it says that one was measuring 100, wasn't it? Yeah, that one's measuring 100. I thought that... Wait a minute. No, it's 100. I mean, it has enough zeros to be 100. So that's right. But I remember them being 10 on a lot of other boards, so 100 seems high. Oh, okay, back to the drawing board. I don't know if the chip's toasted or not, but I feel like we're going to have to replace it because when I took off this, it still has 70 ohms of resistance across it, which doesn't seem right. I need a needle tip, which I do have a needle tip that I could put on my soldering iron, but it doesn't get hot enough on the end, so I'll have to use hot air in conjunction. So that's the problem. So we still need to reconnect that stupid lead. So I just try using one of these solder traces. All right, timestamp 143. So on the timestamp of 143, it shows it. I don't know if I can't really jump back and look at that stuff. I don't think, can I? Let's see if I can. Just open another window here. It's gonna put me live. Hold on, let me go back here. 143. Looks like the matching 28-pin socket. Ah, there we go. That thing is at 150 ohms. Worse than that, but it's just a little dot, and that's why it's blown. If it did have that, that could actually go to. So. Wait, does it go to like the chip stuff? What I see here, I don't know if you can hear the audio. You probably can't, but. I don't see. 040. Does it look like it's unconnected there? I don't know. I can't tell. And then our pin 2 and 3. I can't tell. This is so hard. Everything's so hard. I'd say the chip is toasted. Code 1000 is 100. Concur. Stream is great. You need to head out. Thanks. Well, thank you, Ty. All right, let's do one final last ditch. I want to see this thing light up. I want the screen. Oh, 143 on Twitch. Is Twitch easier to move around on? So is it? I did 143, but it's the reverse 143. because it's counting down, which counts up. Do you still have a 70 ohms? I do. Oh, right, when I take that off, good point. Good point. Now 135 ohms. That still doesn't seem good. Oh, why do I have 135 ohms now? Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make sense, people. Okay. Take out that blown resistor too. The blown resistor is just open. It's not going to cause that. What about the main power rail? Let me just see if we don't have any weird issues on any of these other. That's the battery. Oh, the battery charge has 100. That's what it is. Okay, so this is the current sensor resistor for the battery. What does that mean? What does that mean? What about across here? Nothing? It's open? Nope, 200. Wait. What are you thinking here? So I don't know why we have 135 ohms on the battery connector. I wish we would have measured that ahead of time, because I'm pretty sure this thing would have turned on. See, the main power rail has in the kilo ohms. This thing literally would have turned on if I did not plug in that battery. It would have worked with the charger, but it would have blown out when we plugged in the battery afterwards. So I guess I should pull this one off too. I don't know. What's the board view show? So I took this one off already. So I'm like, how could this? There's a bunch of stuff that connects to this phase right here. So that's a cap. Goes across there. I guess we could have a shorted cap that shorts it over to another area. All right, this is ground. The gate pin wasn't shorted, so it has to be on this line. But I guess theoretically you could have it shorted to this output over here where you have this other MOSFET. This little guy, this little prick. What's this little prick doing? This little prick's okay. I don't know, dude. That's it's got my brain kind of like going, what the what? What the what? What are you guys thinking here? Test on a spare board. We can take some measurements on a spare board. I'm kind of confused. Yeah, here's a board that I already took the power management chip off. So power management chip's off and the high and low side are off of there. So that's kind of with the scenario that we're in right now. So let's measure what we should have here. We should be at 300, well, that's 300 ohms. That's not like that much. That's still pretty low, actually. 300 ohms, right? Let me try another board. So here's a board with those still populated. There we go. Now we're in kilo ohms. Okay, so we're in a kilo ohms on this board. This one has a power management chip and it has the high and low side on the charge. Do I have a test machine to check? I do. I have to go out in the warehouse and get it. We're running out of time though. I have to get home. Whew, I'm perplexed here. So we're gonna have to kind of figure this out. So across here we have 70 ohms, and to here we have 130 ohms. Or is that right? Resistance go up. Resistance shouldn't go up unless it's filling up capacitors. That's generally how that works. So if I measure here on this is my donor board, 300 ohms there. And if we go across here, Yeah, it's 300 ohms there. Let me go back to his board. $136 ohms. Or 138. Wait, it was lower though. Yeah, you're right. Wasn't it like, it was 60. It was 70, it was 60, and now it's at 130? Wait, and that's after we took this off though. That's why it went up. Okay. I'm just trying to get my head together here on this. So it's still moving. Are we filling up capacitors? Is this not really a short? We took the power management chip off. I'm just holding it here. Let me put it in diode mode. Let's see what diode says. I mean, diode mode definitely doesn't like something. So that's definitely no bueno on the diode mode. This is fine. So what else do we have in line there? It was the lower chip, injection voltage there. I mean, we have 130 ohms. What are we going to inject? Plug the battery back in with nothing on here. See what happens. What is going on here? I'm just... Okay. I know I'm in diode mode. I was just going to try to see if I can get something to work. I'm just mad because I wish I would have measured the current sense resistor before all this happened to figure out if we had 100 or 70 ohms or whatever it was there before we plugged in anything. Because then we would know if we already had that issue that was just going to blow it back out again. Because I wanted to plug it in because I didn't want to have to blow it out all over again. It's not a common issue. Power management chip's a common issue on this machine, but not necessarily this weird issue. I was yelling at the current sense resistor from the start. Yeah, you were. Whether it's the current sense resistor like across here, because these aren't blown. But is the current... I don't know. I'm just trying to think about if this is the battery charge current sense resistor and if it's tied over there. Let's figure that out. So here's our current sense resistor, and then these tie over to the power management chip on, exactly on those same pins. You're right, look at that. So either side of the current sense resistor on the battery charge terminals go over to pin 1 and pin 2, which go over to where we were just messing with, which would make sense why this part of the chip blew up if there's something going on in this area. Now, the current sense resistor itself isn't the issue, but what is making the current so high? Do you think there's something down in this hole that's causing a short, a partial short, or do you think it's one of these capacitors that sometimes tie across? Let's see. Those are tying the ground. But this is definitely looping back. That's what it is. It's definitely looping back. So it's coming over here at 130. Let me take this off of here. Maybe. What do you think? Should I take the current sense resistor off so I can see what side it's on? I don't know. I'm just trying to think here. Remove the MOSFETs in the test home. So I should remove the other one. I'll remove the other one. I'm going to take this off too. I just want to take all this stuff off. We're going to start making a pile of chips. My favorite. And voltage injection will tell the truth, but we would have to inject a lot. But, I mean, we could probably do it. If I have the board cold enough, I might be able to do it. Put some freeze spray on it. Yeah, so that burn right there is worse than we thought. And again, your jack got melted. So if your jack got melted, it was trying to do something and it didn't like it really bad. So there has to be a short somewhere on the board that's, you know what I mean? And I guess we didn't check all the power rails and make sure we don't have a short somewhere to make it re-blow itself out. Okay. Okay, here we go. So this side, 148, it's still hot. That side open. So this side's 148. Okay, so then now, would that be pin 1? Pin 1. Not pin 1. Okay, that's good. Is it on this side of the resistor? Nope. Okay, so then right here. So 170. So all this is connected together as one. It comes over here and it goes to here and then it jumps across. So this side's fine. Something has to be shorted, or it could be shorted down in the board layers, but I don't see it being kind of shorted here right this second when I'm measuring. Oh, we have 9 ohms on this pin. Pin 2 has 9 ohms. Pin 1's fine. Pin 2 has 9 ohms. And now it has 160. I just moved it. Yeah, there's something in there. That hole is messed up. Because I just literally moved it a little bit and it stopped. There it is again. Or am I measuring the pin next to it? So the pin next to it, I think, is tied to ground. Remember? Right? It's just staying there. Why is that taking so long to go up? It's just sitting at 0. It should sit at like 0.1 if it's actually zeroed out. So now I'm measuring that pin 2 and it's fine. Okay, how's that? Do you think these were touching together? Now let me measure. No freaking way. No freaking way. Look at that. It's gone. Yeah, it must be carbon or something in there still. So I moved that pad over just a little bit, and I guess it was making just enough contact or having some sort of carbon touch. So like if I pressed down on it, it would do it sometimes and it wouldn't sometimes. So if I touch, that's pin 2 is ground. And now we got it good. No freaking way. Okay, I think we're good. I don't know if I'm gonna have to redo that whole area or what, but let's see if I can show you what it looks like. Because that hole, when that thing blew up, it like burned a big hole in the board here, and we were trying to clean out all the carbon out of there, and then, which is conductive, and then we put solder mask down in there. And I put that little pad right there, but I guess there's some sort of conductivity there that made it have 130 ohms. So this tracer will need to be replaced right here still, and then we should be able to put that back on. I don't have time to do it today though, but because we only have 5 minutes left, that's the problem. So I could save this for another day, or I can just fix it tomorrow. I'm hoping I can fix it tomorrow. I think it's up to Pennington there. So whatever you want to do. I can't do it today though. But at least we figured it out. At least we figured out that it's actually just that there's so much crap going on in this hole here that we're having a hard time like cleaning it out and making it so it doesn't cause another issue. So I concur, the board is broken. Good job, Nate. I don't know. I feel like we got somewhere and then we went nowhere. But we replaced the jack. That was fun. Go ahead and fix it tomorrow. Okay, so Harrington, this is Harrington's laptop. I'll fix it tomorrow. That way I can get it shipped back. He paid for express. He needed it done fast, so I'm hoping I'll be able to get it done fast and use a wire instead on the chip. And that's probably what I'm going to end up having to do because I need to get this stuff as thin as possible. And I may try to use the advice of just... It would be cool if I didn't go to this via right here instead. I would actually just run the wire straight over to it, and then I don't have to worry about, like, I can use a coated wire or something like that. I don't know. I just don't like... Remember, this is tiny. This is tiny what we're working on. Right? So the pad is smaller than the letter D on here. So... Anyway, well, I kind of saved this laptop. No, it's kind of working. All right, I have to wrap it up there, but we can do just chatting here at the end just for a little bit, just for a few minutes if you want, but I can't finish this board because I'm going to have to get home. It's been 4 hours. I'm kind of zonked at this point anyway, so flatten the wire with a hammer. That is actually a good idea, and I will definitely think about doing that. Use single strand of wire. So I have a bunch of small wire now. Use a coated wire. Doesn't it go to the pad via or in a resistor? So it goes on this, on pin 2, it goes straight to a via and then comes back out and goes somewhere else. And then on pin 1, it actually goes via a capacitor and some other stuff. So it's easy to connect to on pin 1. Go with wires from 1 and 2 to the next solder point. Yeah, that seems like it might be easier just to run the whole solder, you know, since I have the board viewer will tell me where to go next. So have you ever crimped the wire, flattened it a bit? And it may, like doing the hammer idea with the wire might be the easiest thing to do. I'm thinking I might like that idea. We can try that. Consider it done. When will you be on next? So we do this stream twice a week, this exact same setup. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central Time, and then Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. So that way we kind of have a mix of different time slots for people who are in different parts of the world. So Wednesday would be a next one at 6 p.m. Central. Yeah, so I'm sorry to say that we didn't get it showing up right now, but I know it would have turned on. This is what's annoying to me, because that's the battery charge circuit portion of it. If we didn't plug in the battery, we would have been able to turn it on and got a picture. It's just annoying. It's sad, man. It's sad. We would have at least got to see the picture. Need a high temperature filler for the PCBs. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. Measure pin 1 after removed pin 2. Well, I measured pin 1 and it was fine. It was pin 2 that always had something, and then I finally was moving pin 2 and then it stopped. So pin 1 never had an issue. It was always pin 2. Oh, sorry you've been missing the live streams lately. King, no problem. I mean, it happens. Life is busy. Life is busy. Check it on the board view. Yeah, so the main thing that we're going to be doing is just kind of trying to get this connected. But like this one right here goes to a via. Oh, it does look like it just goes to the other side of this thing. Huh. I swear it went to a via right here, but maybe it goes to a via also in that cap and then jumps over here. But what was happening is this pen was actually kind of, this is ground, this one's connects to ground, and so it was almost lightly connecting to this, so it was giving like 60 ohms, and they gave 70, and they gave 130, 160, depending on the temperature, and then we moved it, and finally it was fine. So, Nate. Use your voice on it. Use the power. So Harrington Boy, he just wants me to fix it tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I could do a video on it. It's a long, drawn-out process doing these things. That's what ends up being old. But if you want me to, I could try doing a video and just do it as a follow-up. And if you watch the live stream, you can watch it right here. And then I did this, blah, 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 and then do that. I could do that if you want. White conformal coating is tough. And I also have clear conformal coating, or a clear UV resin that I could use. He's fixing it tomorrow, and a video. I can try it. Oh man, I feel tired. Pin 2 is not properly soldered now. It is actually, because that actually was connected better than the other one. It was soldered onto the via that's right there. Oh, you want me to measure the via? So you think that I separated it? Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see. So you don't believe it. But the thing is that now this is not measuring 70 ohms anymore. See? See? It's good. It's good. And so it's still connected, like very good connected. See that whole piece right here? So it's still connected right there. It's just when it was moved over a little bit, there was some carbon in there. So if I'm holding down on there, see right now it's at 170 again. Look at that. When I press down, and then it stopped. So now it's at 10. Oh, when I press down in there, yeah, there's something underneath there still. There's carbon down under there. I'm going to have to run a jumper. I can actually see it. I'm going to lift this up just so you can see. But underneath here, there's like another trace or something that it's getting to. I don't know. Can you see it? Let's try that. Can you see that better? I'm so zoomed in, it's just hard to see. But down here, look, there's another thing down there. That's a ground plane. So I'm going to have to run this separate. I'm going to have to run a wire up here over to wherever it goes and not have it go across there. Or I need to fill that hole in. So that's all it is, yeah. Told you it was carbon. Just so you know. I thought I cleaned out all that carbon, man. Evil carbon. Evil. Evil carbon. Okay, so yeah, it's just a tricky repair. That's all it is. It's just very tricky. You know, we're already 4 hours into this repair. And trying to save a $2,500 laptop motherboard is, you know, takes a little bit extra. So board layers are fried. I don't think, yeah, I mean, the board layer is fried because there's nothing to protect it. So I have to like try to build a layer on top of it. So wire instead probably. If I can do the trick where I solder a wire to it and then put the chip on after, I don't know if that's possible, but we will see. That would be an interesting thing. A ground plane perhaps is underneath there, so facts, not opinions. Facts, not printed. That's what I heard. So kids are saying that now. Facts, not printed. So I wonder if this power management chip still works, though. Seems like it might. I don't know. Okay, I'm actually tired. I don't have time to sit here and talk. I can't talk. There's so many words. Anyway, anything else I wanted to give you all an update on? I can't think. Let's see. Nothing I can think of right this second. So, anyway, I'm going to call it for the day. I'm going to go home and do some housework and stuff like that. Probably mow the lawn, do the yard work, like you're saying. But I appreciate everyone coming out today. And if you're new here, we do them twice a week, Sunday at 9 a.m. Central and Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. I want to thank all the mods that were on today. We didn't have that many, but we had enough that were helping us out, take care of everything, keeping the chat clean. Thanks for the donations to the channel and the subs. That was really nice of you. You got to thank everyone for coming out. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted because I'm tired. But anyway, thanks for coming out. I appreciate each and every one of you. Next stream is going to be next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. I'll see you then.